Welcome to Raging Bullets, a DC Comics fan podcast, episode 287. Welcome to Raging Bullets. I'm Sean Whalen, drnorge on the comic forums, and I'm joined, as always, by my co-host Jim, the greatest podcaster that nobody's ever heard of. So says the sensei of the whatnot, Segulin, and the Duke of You-Know.
How's it going, eh?
This episode, we're talking about Justice League International, and yes, that was a definite Booster Gold reference for Jim, which will make a lot more sense when you hear our discussion about this, because we get a little feisty about that element of Booster Gold. So we're going to talk about Justice League International number 4. Then Jim and I wanted to start talking about some of the minis that DC's publishing. There's been so many good ones. So we picked to initially start kicking off a discussion about the minis to talk about Huntress issue number 3, Penguin number 3, and Thunder Agents Volume 2 number 1. So it's a great packed discussion, and we're also going to have some listener voicemails. We are proud members of the Comics Podcast Network and the League of Comic Book Podcasts. Want to shout out DCBService.com. They're offering this month a December special, 5% off all new DC hardcovers, an extra 5% off, I should say, all new DC hardcovers and trade paperbacks. Now, I want to clarify that. An extra 5% off their already low discounts. And they're doing this across their site. Plus, there's that 50% off, only $79.74 for all 52 of the DC books. So this is really a great month to be shopping at DCBService.com. Our budgets are all tight because of holiday shopping and stuff like that. Great opportunity to save some money on those comics that we're all enjoying. So thank you, DCB Service, for making those wonderful discounts. Over at InStockTrades.com, I actually this week just purchased for some of my friends for the holidays some gifts, including actually from the sensei. I bought him some gifts. I'm not going to say on the show right now because in case Jim ends up hearing this, I just want to make sure that I let everyone know I did some holiday shopping from there. And that free shipping, I did an order of over $50. I got free shipping right from InStockTrades.com. They're offering an amazing discount right now. There's like this crazy 42% off Cyber Monday sale. There's up to 80% off all these other books. It's really a great time to be shopping over at InStockTrades.com. Whether you're shopping for yourself, for friends, actually do like a bundle of that and save some money on shipping as well. I know they got DC Archives at 50% off. Go over to that site and check out the deals that you can get right now, because you can get for a very low price point. Walk away with some wonderful comic book reading at a time of the year where all of us are stretched kind of thin. So, and think about gifts for people. This is a really good time to gift comics to people who may be casual readers, friends of yours who hey, they like this kind of character, that type of character. Great way to introduce them to some comics at a very low price point during the holiday season. Great stocking stuffers and things like that for friends. So it's DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Wonderful supporters of our show. Remember that they have that digital deal, where if you go to DCBService.com and click on the link, you also get 5% off your order for your shopping from Comixology. Plus, they get credit for it. So please, if you're doing any digital shopping, whether you shop regularly at DCBService.com or not, please click on their link when you're doing that. It doesn't cost you any more, but it supports our sponsor, who has been kind enough to sponsor our show, and we really appreciate that. So thank you very much. James, what kind of a podcast are we?
Raging Bullets is a spoiler podcast. We go in-depth into plot lines, story twists, and whatnot of the comics we're discussing on the show. So if you haven't read the book, you may want to come back later so you can better enjoy the show.
Carter Hall, scientific genius from a far-off world, flies into action as Hawkman.
Jim, for this segment, we're going to be talking about Huntress, issue number 3. Crossbow at the Crossroads. Paul Levitz is the writer, Marcus II is the penciler, John Dell inker, Andrew Dahlhaus colorist, Sal Cipriano letterer, Gilliam March and Tomeu More, it's Tomeumorey on the cover. Ben Abernathy is the editor. Huntress created by Paul Levitz, Joe Staton, and Bob Layton. This is one of those characters that I have adored Huntress since the 70s when she was first introduced. I remember her from the JSA, JLA crossovers, and, Batman's daughter, that whole thing was cool. She had a cool vibe about her with the whole bow and crossbow thing, and, I'm a Bat Family junkie. So, as a kid, one of my favorite books that was published by DC was Batman Family. It was the Bat Family, getting to see all the characters together, Batgirl, Robin. But they also did, like, Alfred and Jim Gordon. So, the extended universe. You and I have talked on the show many times how supporting cast and extra characters and things like that add and flesh out a character's universe. And when Huntress came on board, yes, she was from an alternate Earth, but it added this sense to me that there was a progression for Batman in that world. He got married to Catwoman. He had a child over there. Robin grew up to be an adult. And you talked about, I want to say, was it a couple years ago, about you wanted to see progression in the DCU. You wanted to see these characters. I think it was when Dick Grayson was taking over as Batman, how you wanted to see that progression. Earth 2 was that world for me. That was where you got to see an alternate picture. They didn't follow it monthly, but whenever there were crossovers, you got to see glimpses into the lives of these characters and that they did live on. And that was something that I always found engaging and interesting. So my fondness for this character, while this isn't Batman's daughter, I do want to clarify that. This is Helena, who actually is a mob child who has rebelled against that now. And we see a girl with a very strong sense of religious morality and how she brings that to the table. And it's really vengeance and rage against the wrongdoing that has been perpetrated by really not just her family, but then other families that she associates due to that. There's something that's really interesting about her world and her life. And I believe, if I remember correctly, to her origin, her family was wrongly killed or something in front of her, and that was kind of like what led her down her path, similar to what we did for Batman. But hers is very different because of the mob ties and just how strong that is for the character. But I don't know, what are your feelings on Huntress?
Well, also with her, part of it is not just her family was killed. Her family was killed by family. Mm-hmm. There was members of her own family killing her parents and all the siblings and whatnot. So there's even adds to just the level of hatred and war against the mob. So it's definitely there's similarities, but they've taken it so it's her own personality, her own character traits, and it's part of that rage, part of that war on crime is evident in her style and her way of dealing with it. So it's on one hand you could say a female version of Batman, but on the other hand she's a completely different character because the similarities of their normal person who trained themselves to fight is a standard. Kind of in the Bat family, but there is her own variations, and I love that, just the little nuances and little differences in how she deals with the situation as opposed to Batman. She's hitting them broad daylight. Batman uses, the night, uses the shadows, though he does operate in the daytime from time to time, but she's not just she's not fighting a battle out of fear. She doesn't use fear as the weapon. She doesn't use, the intimidation. It's just bam, hits when she needs to hit. And I like seeing that. And also I do like the fact that she doesn't have the billions of dollars backing her. There is a level of she's dealing with regular everyday people and just, some standard issues and problems that we would have, she has.
I 100% agree. It's everything. And I wasn't trying to say that she was a female Batman, but there are elements like any member of the Bat family, I think because you're dealing with vigilantes who've had harm brought down on their family, there's going to be comparisons that are there, and you need to put them in place. But everything you said was brilliant because then she veers off. And when she does, she goes way off. And I agree with everything you said. I like that she has more of an action hero kind of style. In the sense that, she is in your face. She's in there. Like you're right. This entire series, issue 3, is filled of daylight missions with her, which is something we don't see very often. Not only that, lots of wide open spaces where she has to find ways to make her own shadows, her own hiding spots, her own ways to stick and move. The artwork in this series, I think, is absolutely brilliant. This is one of those things, we're 3 issues in. I don't want this to be a miniseries. I want to read this monthly. And it's funny, we've got Batwoman, we've got Batgirl, and I think this is a true testament to the fact that Huntress is so different. We've got Huntress, and I want Huntress to be another monthly. I want to follow her every single month. I want to follow with this creative team her every single month. There's something very well done about this creative team. Marcus, too, is one of those creators. He took over from an artist we adore, Freddie E. Williams II, on Robin. You know, when he started doing Red Robin on that book. And for us, we love Freddie's work. So you've got this guy coming on. And I got to say, I loved his artwork on Robin. Very different style. I love him here. He really gets how to do really cool action sequences like this. And Helena's one of those characters that you've got to give her those great moments, those great spots. But also, you talked about training before. I shouldn't feel like Helena's training is as polished as Batman's. One of the things that's a treat about Helena is it's not neat, her fighting. Yeah. It's sloppy. It can get messy at times. It can be hard-hitting. She's got to compensate quick. A lot of times there's one or two moves that make the difference between her living and survive and dying in a situation. And that's one of the things that I really find engaging about the character is that she keeps learning. She keeps overcoming. There's a vulnerability to her on the battlefield at times that is due to the fact that she doesn't have the kind of training that we've seen from, like, a Batman. She's trained, obviously. She can handle herself, obviously. We see that. She's honed herself and all that. But there is a little messiness about her. And I love, in this issue, we get to see this great battle with the big thug where we get to see it get to be a little sloppy and a little messy. It's something that's cool about her. And yet it's violent and hard-hitting, and you believe that she would have won. That's important, too.
It's the element of realism. You know, it was funny because yesterday we were talking about Jackie Chan movies and why we like them so much, because he's scrambling and he's, you know, fighting, and it's not just sitting there, you know, standing still fighting one guy at a time. He takes on a pack and he's stick and move. And Helena has that same style feel to it, that it's a realistic style. She's going boom, boom, boom. You know, it's not just sitting there, you know, one punch knocks the guy out. She's, you know, we're seeing her deal with multiple people, multiple ways. And as I'm reading it, I believe it. I believe that, you know, if I was carrying a crossbow and doing the stuff that I could actually see a physical person doing this. And that's something I always like in vigilante style books, where there is no meta power. It's just a person. Well, I got to believe that a real person can do it. And, you know, you believe that with her. And also just art talk, speaking about the art things, when they do the close-ups on her face, and she's kind of got that little grin on her face, and it's one of those, you mentioned, adventurer style. You really see it in those sequences. This opening where she's taking out some cops. You know, you see, and they do that zoom and that close up with a smile on her face, like, "Hey, let's see who shoots first, eh?" Bam, and she gets the shot off before the guy. You know, after the guy clears holster. I loved seeing that. It was just that funness to being the Huntress.
Well, I liked her outrage too at finding out that the police they were protecting Moretti. By now, we already know that Moretti is dealing in slave trade.
Yeah,
and her outrage at that, especially because it's a violent crime against females, I really love the development of that, because this sequence in issue 3 has so much more meaning that you could see why she would be so offended by the police doing this, because they are protecting this guy. We know what kind of scum he is. That's something, I don't know, I really enjoy a good development to a villain. And this is not a super-powered villain or anything like that. This is just a scum who just happens to have, because of positioning and money and trade, he's got thugs, security guards, things like that behind him, wealth and power backing him. And that's something that she's fighting against, which she doesn't have, which you mentioned earlier, which I really liked, the comparisons. One other thing, I want to jump back just for one quick second to your Jackie Chan comment, because I think something we talked about yesterday, too, is also relevant. We talked about one of the things we liked about Jackie Chan was the way he used his environment and props and how his fight style was so unique. And then we talked about people like Jason Statham in the Transporter series, about how there's a very different, unique style to him. You know, on the surface, both of those are action movies. But if you're watching them independently and you're taking a look at each of those actors and the style of films that they do, one of the things that's great about them is their uniqueness and the unique nature. And I think that's something we see really brought to light in Huntress. And it adds a lot of validity for me. You know, I know they're doing a lot of these minis to see what books people are liking and which are sticking. I urge you, if you have not read Huntress, Paul Levitz is a terrific writer. I've loved this character in Birds of Prey. I've loved this character in various solo miniseries throughout the year, in various team book appearances. Justice League of America, she was on Grant Morrison's run. This is a character who's got a rich DC history. If you've never read Huntress before, this book is 3 issues in. It's a miniseries. It's only 6 issues long. It's a book that you really need to check out because she's a character that I find her to be a very special character. I want to see her somewhere. I'd ideally love to see her back on a team book like Birds of Prey again. I'd also ideally like to see her in her own solo series because this I like. I really dig this. I think I like the arcs, the way that they're doing them. I think this is a book that, if kept in the same format, could be an ongoing monthly with these type of adventures. And I don't know, are you in the same place I'm in? Do you want to see this monthly?
Oh, big time. Definitely big time. It's funny because I loved her in Birds of Prey, so if they put her on a team book, I'd be happy. But for me, I'd rather see an ongoing monthly. Just her, and her building up her own little universe of, support structure, maybe occasional crossover with another hero. But I like just the focus on her and who she is.
I want both. And let me clarify that. First of all, I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm greedy. I want both. I want her on. I actually, because I like... Now that we're going to see Batgirl on Birds of Prey, I kind of like the idea. I think there is room for a Huntress there. I think she's unique enough that even if Batgirl... And I honestly think that would be interesting to see her on the same team with Batgirl. Because I think it would, again, show, if handled correctly and written correctly, the distinctions between the two. And it would lead to some interesting chemistry on the team. But if they don't do it, I'm with you on the solo thing. I want to clarify, when I say I want to see her on Birds of Prey, I actually like to see her in both. I want the solo series. That's I'm not budging on that. I really want this to continue on. So we're completely in sync. It's just I think her on a team book, especially this character that we're seeing in this series, they've got her. This is the Huntress that I know from Birds of Prey and everything. She is not somebody that's going to budge. and remember, we saw her, it take a while for her to do any kind of budging in that series. So I don't know. I think she's a character that belongs on a team. I'd like to see her there too.
She belongs in the universe. And
yeah.
Even if, and actually, if they keep it going with this format where you do a 6-issue series, I'd be okay with that. As long as it's a continuing, we get more stories out of her. And I don't want this to be just the only exposure to the characters. Because, one, there's a lot of cool stuff they can do with her. And I think in the universe, there's room for a character like this.
One of the reasons why we wanted to start talking about miniseries, exactly what you're saying. I don't mind if they keep these going 6-issue minis, 16-issue minis, and that type of thing. My problem is, though, a lot of times they'll do that, and then they all of a sudden fizzle and go away. So, I want this ongoing on some level. I'm with you. I'd be fine if they decide, like, okay, we're going to, do a 6-issue mini, take a couple months off, do another 6-issue mini. I'm hoping the demand is there. I feel a lot of times with minis that it's kind of hit and miss. Like, people will follow one of them, then they won't follow as much the second one. Whereas if it leads to an ongoing, you have a chance to build an ongoing audience base. I'm hoping I'm wrong on that on minis. I'm hoping that, we start to see some of these minis. Like, I'm curious how that new one's going with Garbage Man and Tanga, My Greatest Adventure.
Yeah.
I'm curious because I'm enjoying it. I enjoyed the first one. I'm curious to see if it's getting the same audience, but I hope it, or a new audience base even. And that it might be an advantage of the mini format, would be the opportunity each time to grab a new audience base because you have a new issue 1. I don't know if that's what's happening. I hope it is. I'd actually be curious to see if that's what's happening when they do these continuing minis. Do you get a bigger audience base or not? I know with the Jim Starlin stuff, which I was really digging, that started to lose numbers, I think, along the way as it was going on. It didn't do as well as it did in the beginning. So that's why I kind of think some of this I'd like to see have an ongoing audience developed versus them have constant minis. I don't know. I'm curious to see for this one. I agree with you on this police sequence, though. One of the other things I liked was divide and conquer with the 2 police officers you were mentioning. I liked how she threw the little ball out there to get the one distracted while she took out the other one. So that way the one wasn't as alerted, and it put her in a position of having a control of the situation. You have to, when there's numbers that are superior to yours, even if it's 2 guys, these are police officers. They're trained. They have weapons that they're trained to shoot and fire in intense situations. And she respected that, compensated for that. And that was something that I really adored. I don't know. I agree with you with that confident smirk and everything, but that means so much more because of what built to it. There is a fun factor in this, yet I never lose that viciousness that's a part of Huntress. And that's something that's a key that I think is really important in this one. And plus, I'm a big fan of the fact that we got a lot of internal Huntress dialogue. We got to ride along with her. I've talked about that on the show many times, how I'm really into that with characters, because I think that's where a writer has an opportunity to show a unique voice for the character, to show a unique environment, and we get to see that with the Huntress in this series. It's something that I really liked, because you get to see what's motivating her, what's driving her insecurities, because that's something I like with heroes too. No, they shouldn't. You can't expect that your hero's going to walk in every time confident, they know what to do, and they're going to win the situation. They've got to be questioning things along the way. I think, to me, that's what makes a hero survive. It's their ability to question. It's walking in not 100% sure. It makes them objective. That's what makes a better vigilante in these situations. That's how to build a better vigilante. This book has that. It's something. There's a lot of charm here.
Yeah, that recipe to build a better vigilante would have to be a really scary thing. Take one early childhood tragedy, add to it years of training, and let's throw a little bit of anger, unresolved anger management issues, and poof, you have a hero.
Don't forget frosting. Everything's gotta have frosting. But I love her fact-finding mission when she goes on the boat. It's all well and fine to be taking people out and knocking people down. Getting information along the way, looking for numbers, looking for, who's the chairman? Like that whole bit, the chairman, who's the chairman? And this is where she needs to find information. She's, tied in with these reporters. And you were talking about the Johnny on the street guys that she happened to come up with. And they know there's something up with her. They don't quite know what. And I like that kind of relationship where she's telling them only so much. They're like, are you nuts? Do you know what you're going up against? I love that kind of interplay that's going on here. There's like a fragile trust here between them because it's mutually beneficial. But the relationship is building over time as they seem to be helping each other out. Because she's giving them access to people that they need to know about, in the sense saying, wait, why the chairman? Why are you asking about this guy? Hassan? That's the only chairman I can think of. I love this whole bit where he's, as this reporter's trying to figure it out, this is tagging him onto a story that could potentially be very good for him.
And later on, he is going to put two and two together, and he's probably going to get all the pieces laid out, and he's going to know exactly why she's getting this information. But it's part of that building the team, building the background support. I can't see him ratting her out, saying, "Hey, this is the Huntress." It's building up the a slow play to the trust.
One of the things I really liked about this series was when she went into that big Coliseum type area.
In Pompeii, yeah.
Yeah, in Pompeii. When she's in there, I love this sense. We don't get to see it very often. Awkward places heroes have to change. There's not going to be a phone booth there. And, she even comments on the fact that, I've made do with worse. I liked that whole sequence. There was something cool. One other thing I want to talk about, too, is her costume. Mm-hmm. Because that sequence makes me think of her costume, obviously. I don't know that I have a preference between the, bare midriff or this costume. I like the color scheme of the Huntress costume. I think there's something really cool about it. I like both versions of it. I don't know if I'm a fan of either. One could argue that this is the more functional of the two, obviously. But I've always liked both. For some reason, she was able to pull off both looks. That is something, though, that I think is a distinct importance. I'm glad that while they kind of modernized up Huntress' costume a little bit, you see it in the glove work and things like that, it isn't so far a departure from what we've seen from her previous costumes that she's unrecognizable. This was another great costume redesign where it kept what's important out of the original costume. And I think that was a key for me because this character means a lot to me. I would have been really disappointed if we got some crazy new wacky costume that had no relevance to what came previously with her.
Oh, I agree. I would not want a dramatic change. This looks cool. It's definitely, I would say, a little bit more functional just because, the full covering, and you can kind of maybe the actual cloth is something not normal, cloth, or it could just even still be, a standard bodysuit. But there's always a little bit of a room for doubt, and I like that maybe she's got something that I couldn't buy for off the rack, at Walmart. So it definitely has a cool look, has a cool style, and it fits her fighting style. She needs the flexibility, she needs the maneuvering, and just if she was wearing body armor, it would be too heavy. It would be too clumsy. It would be too bulky. She's got, armored type of, pads on the elbows, on the shoulders, and the forearms, stuff where she's going to be doing striking from. Areas where she's going to need that protection because she's making contact with somebody. She has the correct padding. She has, something that add a little oomph to, the hit, and really fits her and fits the style. It's definitely something that this costume completely went through, didn't even think twice about it. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a cool look. And we talk about with Batman, the same type of where there could be variations to the costume where you're okay with it because Bruce is always changing and tweaking things. He's always making functional changes with the outfit, to fit his needs. Huntress can be the same style of character, and it definitely was a nice flow through with this.
I like the exotic locations because of her story and the fact that she's dealing with her enemies or big money people. You're seeing them jet setting around the world to large exotic locales that you wouldn't see in other titles, and that to me adds a lot more validity as well to seeing this as an ongoing. There's a lot of opportunities for her to be a worldwide explorer doing these type of things. And I really enjoy that. You never know where she's going to turn up next. She devotes her life to this. And that's something where I'm going to be curious to see if we eventually see the school teacher side of her enter into all this. Because I always liked that. I don't know how she would fit that in right now with what she's currently doing, though. But it'd be interesting to see if she is and how she's juggling that if she's somehow able to.
Because maybe this is her summer vacation. Now she'll have a very interesting, what did you do on your summer vacation?
I brought in arrows for show and tell.
I'd like to see the school district that lets her get away with that one.
And this metal wiffle ball that I used to distract the police. You guys can use it at recess.
It's funny because we're talking about exotic locations and just little stuff that I liked when I saw. The scene where she scares down the two dogs. And she just stares down, drops the sunglasses, gives them the look, and they run off, and then she pets the cat. And she's like, I've always been more of a cat person. One of the things with Italy, there's a lot of cats in the area, and especially in Rome. There's the Roman cats that walk around the ruins. And the story goes that the cats were originally brought over back in Cleopatra's time when she came to Rome, and they were brought in with her, and Mark Antony was allergic to the things. So he basically kicked them out of the castle and hit them on the streets. But every time I always see the cats, and every time we see it's something that always registers Italy to me. So the fact that they had the scenes where they show the little stray cat made me kind of go, oh, that's cool.
Huntress, I always like the character because she has a certain sexy power to her. And you see that both in and out of the costume in this, whether she's in civilian clothes or her, obviously her work clothes as Huntress. I like that about her. And it's an interesting balance on how they do it. And it's done real well. She never loses anything. I know there's something about the way this character is written. This book is a great mini and a great example of understanding this character and how to give her just a well-rounded balance. In a very short period of time, 3 issues in, I would have no hesitation giving this to anybody and saying, you've never heard of Huntress before? You will now. Read this. And that's one of the great things about this mini is I think it's got something for longtime fans, people like you and I who have been reading the Huntress as an ongoing character, and for people who've never read this character before. There's really nothing you need to know backstory-wise to enjoy this series. They drop her right into the action. You have an idea of what her moral code is and motivations are because of the fact that these women are being victimized and they're part of trafficking, sex trade. And I love that, her outrage to it, you immediately get what matters to her in life and who her targets are and why. I also like that you're seeing over in other parts of the world, and this is something I would like to see more with that. Just how leadership roles will change and why sometimes that's done behind the scenes where there's jockeying where one guy will quote-unquote retire so his son can move into position. Mm-hmm. And that's what's happening here, am I right?
Oh yeah, well it's a figurative retirement, and I like that.
Yes,
the fact that he's, But the funny thing is, you never know with these characters. The son may say, "Oh yeah, it's a figurative. Sure, kill off his father." So I'm definitely waiting for the double cross from the son to father to happen, or double cross with the father trying to kill the son as the son's trying to kill the father. Who knows what you're going to get with these characters with this type of personality.
Well, if it was double cross, it'd be the son getting the father again.
Right.
It would be the son trying to get the father, then the father trying to get the son, then the son getting the father.
Right.
I was following your double.
Right. Exactly. It ends up with the son killing the father, but it's a double cross, but then a double cross, and then a double cross.
Well, then that would be the dad getting it again.
Wait, hold on. I've confused myself now.
If it was a double cross, it would be the son getting the father.
The son killing
if it was a double cross, it'd be the father getting the son.
Right.
If it was a double cross, it would be the son again. But then you said it was double cross.
I added an extra double?
You added an extra double, which would mean the dad wins again.
Okay. Well, it could either be a triple double or a quadruple double or just a regular double.
Mm-hmm. Or they might just get along. Yeah. And that doesn't need to be get along. That'd be they just get along.
I don't know what's scarier, the fact that you followed my logic so easily, or that we had a comment and had a discussion on it.
Oh, I found it completely fascinating. I don't know how you were keeping. Wait, and I'll be 100% honest with you. As of this moment, I'm not entirely sure that I really was following it. Because I might have added. I'll be 100% honest. I might have added or missed a double somewhere in there. So I'm not sure if the dad won or the son won as of yet. We're just going to have to stay tuned. It's really important in a couple pages with the dad, because we didn't see the dad in previous issues, did we?
Yeah, we did.
We saw the dad?
Good question. I don't remember.
I don't remember seeing. Well, okay, even if in these 2 pages, one of the things, and it's a compliment in this issue. Let's take the other issues out of it then, because I don't remember seeing the dad, but I might be wrong on that. In these 2 issues, they established a creep factor with the dad, where he's talking about the whole lay of the land, and that last sequence of events, the comfort of what they're doing with these young girls adds to the outrage. Like, I'm rooting for Huntress to take these people down hard, just because of these situations where he's talking about paying these, Moriarty's going to pay for these girls well, but, we can certainly have them make us smile during that time. That type of stuff, nothing irks me more. I think it's because of the fact that, what I do for a job. No, I shouldn't say it's because of what I do for a job, but I mean, that's where my link is. I'm sure people who are parents come at it from a different link. And, you have a sister, anybody I think who has these type of relationships where you've got females that whether it's family or personally or things like that, you can't help but get outraged in these situations where people are being sold. And I really loved that in this build, the villain was super creepy. I want to see Huntress take them down. It really, smacks to your face just how ugly and dangerous the world can be. And I get comforted thinking of the idea that there are these vigilantes, these people that take on these roles due to outrage over the world, due to the need for a change, whether it's something personal that's happened to them or not. Because every time you turn on the news, there's these things going on. You're like, well, why do these things never change? And the only way, it's scary to say that comics make us realize that a lot of times we need drastic measures to happen in order for there to be real change in these situations. And that was something I like about this book, because it really, that stood out for me as being something where you could take this situation that Huntress is going through and plug it into a variety of different things you see on the world news on a nightly basis, and plug it in. It's very contemporary, very much to today.
Oh, big time. And it's more than just the mob boss or the standard bad, quote unquote bad guy. We have a whole nother level of tyranny against his own people, serious political power, and just the general political evilness, if you want to try to give it a level, because this guy is beyond monster, in my opinion. And it's a real-world monster because you see him killing his people. You see him, enslaving the daughters of the people who stand against him. You see, that's where these women are coming from. These aren't, it hits you on so many levels, and it hits you just, and I'm not a teacher, I'm not a parent, I'm not, it's just, I'm a person, and it's offensive to a person to think that this stuff happens. And the sad thing is stuff does actually happen in the real world. And, seeing just how this was portrayed here was a really cool, story-wise, in that it was very realistic. It's terrible and horrific that, because I know this stuff actually happens, but seeing how it was played out here was something that I was like, dang, that's a very accurate interpretation of the actual facts going on in the world. And again, it adds to an element of realism that we have this villain who isn't some super scientist megalomaniac who's trying to conquer the world. He is just a complete and evil, piece of garbage. And you so want to see him go down. You want to see him go down hard. And that's, it adds to anticipation of what's to come.
It happens not only just all over the world, it happens in our own country. These are the types of things that do happen on our own streets. So it is a very current story in that regard, too. And it is something we should all be outraged over. I like that. I like when comics touch on those type of issues. The Lion of Kufra.
Yeah.
If I pronounced that right. I'm not sure if I did, but I loved him because he reminded me of Ra's al Ghul's sidekick Ubu.
Yes.
But in some ways there's a more of an intelligence and confidence to this guy. And I honestly would love to see the rematch down the road. What does he learn from this experience? How does he prepare for Huntress next time? Because she took him out with a nerve pinch. And it really, if it wasn't for that precise moment where she was able to get that nerve pinch on him, he was winning. She wasn't able to do much of anything to him except for just that one little brief moment, which does show, goes back to what we were saying earlier, she does have training. And we need to clarify that. It's just a different sort of training, maybe not as intense as Batman's, or I don't even know if it's a fair comparison even between the two through their experiences. She's obviously, I wouldn't know how to do that. And if it wasn't for that specific moment where she hit him with that nerve pinch and gave herself that edge, she would have been worm food. I would have been.
Yeah. This guy, it's funny because you talk about you wanting to see a rematch. The rematch is going to be a much different fight because this guy is going to learn from this throwdown. He's going to know, hey, if I'm going for the choke out, which he's going for, he's got to be more careful on her, her retaliation, her defense of it. When a lot of times when you got this big, powerful male fighting a smaller female, he's immediately going to go for the power moves. He's going to go for the heavy hitting because he's going to figure, okay, female, she can't take as much damage as I can. I can take her punches. Let me get in close. Well, he just learned the hard way what happens when you get in close on somebody like the Huntress. Yeah, she doesn't have his bulk strength, but she's got training, she's got knowledge, she's going to go for the pressure points. She's going to go for his sensitive areas. And I loved seeing her utilize that because, from the beginning of the fight throughout the very ending there, she was scrambling, she was fighting, she was improvising, adapting, overcoming. And that is just something I like to see in heroes, especially on the female heroes, because they're utilizing different strengths. If you look at Batman, how he fights, look at how she fights, completely different. It's because of who they are and their build and what resources they have to go for. I loved seeing this fight, and I was so glad it was multiple pages. They didn't try to condense it down. They let it flow out. It had a great natural flow. And talking about artwork, the non-traditional panels, utilized throughout this was, again, I love when, a creator will do that and they'll put it in there and it's just a boom, 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 right into the final shot when she gets the nerve pinch in or the nerve strike or whatever you want to call it. It was outstanding.
One of the things that I don't want to gloss over this either. He asks her name, and it was really, I thought there was like a certain element of respect there. This is a warrior, a fighter. And he wanted to know her name to honor it when he was done. And, she's just like, Huntress will do. And he's like, only a fool chooses to die nameless. But let it be so. Go to your death nameless then, and let the dogs have your bones, meaning that you will not be, placed in a marker. You will not be placed, there's no point to burying you. Which to him, you got this idea that this is this venomous insult for him. You are not worth remembering.
Yeah.
I liked that whole interplay. There's something, I like those kind of action superhero trade-off moments when they're done right and they're done really well. They have a spark to them that really stands out, and this is something that really was rich in this one. And it's one of those, when I watch a action movie DVD, there's ones that are throwaways where you watch them once and you're like, I don't need to watch it ever again. The ones you go back to over and over again, I like movies like Schwarzenegger's Commando and stuff like that, and one of the reasons why is those one-liners. Yeah. Those moments where, whether it's from the villain or Die Hard had this a lot. The interplay, it wasn't just Bruce Willis. It was also the villains coming back at him with great one-liners. This was this moment, this trade-off. This is a great villain-hero trade-off moment because of the fact that the dialogue is so rich, and that needs to be a key in these sequences. I also want to jump right back to her costume. We were talking about functionality before. And I don't know how much I think that the suit itself has an intense amount of body armor, because I'm still going under the theory that she's not running around with a ton of money. Mm-hmm. Although she's got to have some if she's able to jet set around the world. So, she's obviously got some mob money or something she's working with, right?
Yeah.
Which fits the original story. But if you take a look at her, I love the design of her costume functionally. This doesn't always work. And this is something you got to commend the art team on. The shoulder pads, the forearm pads, the gloves have pads. There's pads on the elbows, the knee pads, shins, the boots. It's this same padding system that actually adds the purple color into her costume. And I really love how it's not so bulky that you look like, okay, how could you? It's a trade-off between bulk and sleekness to be able to fight the way that she needs to be able to fight when she does. And I think with her, the key is you need speed. And there's, I've been watching the Rocky movies lately when I work out, and all those times where Mickey's having chased a chicken and stuff like that. Speed, speed, speed. I'm watching her fight, and I'm like, okay, this is a girl. The reason why she survives is that one split millisecond, that little bit of speed, that getting that arm up to the neck. It's that dodging something right before you have the opportunity, because she's not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with this guy. And to bulk herself up with armor so much so that she's slowing herself down is only going to make her an easy target and make it easier for him to grab her. I love the design of the suit, that I'm looking at the design of the suit and going, that would work. She actually can get away with that. It's not restricting her joints. It's geared in such a way where she can still move around just as fast as she should be able to. And that's something where it's a great, great redesign of the costume where, like I said, we kept it totally looks like Huntress right out of the starting gate. Any little tweaks and changes really made it just look more functional versus taking anything away or detracting from what I'd seen before from the character. I really, really enjoyed this issue. And the first 3 issues in general, it's been this same experience all the way through. I can't recommend this book enough.
Amen. Amen.
Hope this craft can withstand this powerful force.
Hey, Sean and Jim, this is Darrell. I just wanted to say first and foremost that I'm a fan of the show. I love the show, and I'm really enjoying just about most of the books, most of the DC books that I've been reading. And I've been getting all the issues. So I did the DCBS thing, and I got the whole bundle for the first 3 issues of all the books. I'm making the cut after 4 and 5. I made the cut with some. But for the most part, especially with Animal Man and Batwoman and Justice League and Mr. Terrific, I've really been enjoying. And there's been a few books that I don't know. It's just, as much as I loved Green Lantern, it's been the writing in this book with Hal has just made me just not like him as a character anymore. Like, he's just been very petty and he's always been headstrong and head first is what he does. He jumps into anything head first. But with this, he's been just very petty. The way he treated Carol and getting the ring and then turning on Sinestro as soon as he got it. And just that, it's just, even in Justice League, he's been written to be really like a frat boy mentality. You know, he's just been like the way he talks to Batman, and it's no maturity. Like, since it's supposed to be set 5 years in the past, it's like he hasn't even matured from the Justice League time to now. And with everything, you know, he pretty much should have gone through, or he might have gone through, it just really doesn't feel like he's grown as a character. It just feels like he's in the same, you know, just the same childish, you know, point that he was in since the beginning of this universe run. So I don't know. I cut the book. I cut Green Lantern for the first time, and I'm gonna stick with the core. I was cutting all of them, but I'm gonna stick with the core. But other than that, I don't know. It's just, you know, Jeff Johns tells the story that he wants to tell, and there's probably something going on, and we'll learn about it as the story progresses. But I just don't have the patience to wait for it. So I just use that money that I would have spent for him, and I'm not enjoying that book, and just put it to another, you know, DC book that, you know, that I am enjoying a lot of. But I'm glad people are gravitating towards, you know, the books in general, and I just hope that, you know, that they can maintain. And I really love The Shade. That first issue was really good. I really enjoyed that. And Birds of Prey, which has also been a book that I have been, you know, I've been a fan of since Chuck Dixon and then Gail Simone. But I really, really continue to love it. You know, this new run, I swear, all these characters just feel like they've been friends for years. You know, the two, Stark and Dinah, they just feel like they've, you know, known each other for years, the way they're written. And I just love it. This is like one of my favorite books on the stands right now. So other than that, great show. Sorry for babbling so long. And that's it.
Darrell's on DC Noise. If you haven't had a chance to check out DC Noise, please do yourself a favor and check out DC Noise. It's a great podcast companion to Raging Bullets. It's kind of nice because one of the things I really always enjoyed about DC Noise from when it started is it just proved to me that there's so much room in the podcasting realm for just different podcasts and different takes, because all the hosts are going to be doing things just a little bit differently because they're different people and different flavors. DC Noise is terrific. Be sure to check it out. And also the Taylor Podcasting Network. Darrell has just a wonderful array of podcasts you should be checking out if you aren't already. So thanks, Darrell, for the support of our show. I want to touch on one thing that he mentioned on there. I really like this idea, you know, with 52 books out there, and this isn't just in DC, but in comics in general. If you're hitting that book that's not striking your fancy, I'm a huge fan of, hey, change it up. You know, I have to make those calls all the time. A lot of times, a lot of those decisions comes from outside the podcast because I have to take a look at books, you know, time-wise and budget-wise that I'm really enjoying that, you know, are published by Dark Horse, various independent companies, which it's almost like I want to come up with different categories other than independent anymore because there's so many wonderful companies that really I think have come into their own and are very solid, like Boom. I don't know if Boom, you know, you do qualify companies like Boom as independent anymore. I don't know. I mean, they're, you know, a pretty solid company to me, and I really like a lot of their output. But then there's a lot of true independents that are really much smaller that are out there as well. But, you know, a lot of times I have to make decisions as far as trade-wise and monthly-wise, what I'm able to pick up on those because of really time constraints more than anything. And it really, the decisions are a lot of what Darrell's talking about here, in his case, with Green Lantern. You know, the book's not grabbing him the way that it used to, so he wants to shift his budget over to another DC book that he's enjoying. And that's great, because that book's then getting the support. And I was glad to hear him throw out a title like Mr. Terrific, for example, which I'm really digging. He's a character I've loved since his inception in JSA, and we haven't talked about that book on the show yet, but we're going to. We're continuing throughout the New 52 to eventually hit on every single title. We just want to do them all the same kind of equal justice, which is why we're doing it at the pace that we're going at. We're going to hit everything. And that's a book that I want to talk about. There's a lot to discuss there. Mr. Terrific really delivered for me as well, so I'm glad to hear him shout that out. And The Shade, I'm a huge Starman fan. The Shade, just to me, I don't want to say it's a continuation of what I was loving about Starman, because that's almost it's not giving it enough credit. I really loved that it reinvigorated my love for Starman. It didn't feel like to me like, oh, great, it's just a continuation of this. It made me remember again what it was that was so magical about reading Starman back in that time. It works today. And The Shade is really a series that's written today that has, sure, the same feel, tone, and things like that. The Shade's an awesome character. And for anybody out there, if you're like, well, I didn't read Starman, how can I approach The Shade? I really feel the Shade miniseries is very accessible to people who haven't read before. I think there's obviously Easter eggs that are in there for fans that have read Starman, but like any series like that, it's also made from the ground up to tell a brand new Shade story. And it's big, it's epic, so it's a really cool series if you haven't had a chance. Give issue 1 a shot and see if it's your cup of tea, because it's very cool and it's a very unique and different character. We will be talking about The Shade on the show. I already told Jim, I said, there's no way we're avoiding talking about that miniseries at some point. So consider that one down the road that you want to discuss as well. But definitely, like I said, make sure to check out Darrell's podcasting work. It's absolutely terrific. And thanks for calling in, Darrell.
Hi, Sean and Jim. This is Ed out of Washington State. I was just calling in response to the new 52 lineup. I love you guys. I've been listening to you guys for about a year now. I came over from Comic Geek Speak. I like you guys because I'm a DC-only guy, and I enjoyed your positivity. However, regarding the continuity, I have to say I totally disagree with you guys. I am enjoying the new stories. However, and something I find about you too is you rarely disagree with each other. Usually you talk each other into agreeing with the other person. But for instance, you're talking about how you like the continuity being open, and it doesn't matter to you as far as the storyline is concerned because you feel like it'll open up in the future. But I just think like if DC wanted to reboot, they should have either put all the past stories on an alternate Earth and started a new Earth like they did in Crisis, so we all know the stories happened, and or B, just rebooted everything because the continuity seems to leave many of the stories a mess now. For instance, Kid Flash, Wally West, where does he come from? How could Brightest Day or Blackest Night happen without the JSA characters? How did Hush happen with Catwoman not knowing Bruce? Many of those storylines seem to not make sense at all. Even Booster Gold doesn't make sense at all if time travel is not possible and Rip Hunter's not there. And it saddens me to feel like those stories are invalid now. I know they are not because we've read them and we can enjoy them, but it seems like after having Blackest Night and Brightest Day that those stories just got jettisoned. I don't like not having the new Aqualad again. I think he was very fun, and just having some of the stuff sticks, but some of it doesn't, is frustrating to me. I guess I like a little more order in my comics. I am enjoying the stories. I don't care for Hawk and Dove. I don't think Deathstroke is very good. I think J.T. Kroll was doing a better job on Titans than this new gentleman. And, I was a Secret Six. That was my favorite book in the world. And to see this, what I consider a dorky Deadshot with, no mustache and no personality is painful. So, anyways, to me it's frustrating that all the old continuity seems to be disjointed, and for me, none of this makes sense without the JSA, at least in terms of the continuity. Like I said, I am enjoying the stories, however. Also, I just picked up the first trade of Man of Xanadu, which was incredible. I'm going to be buying the rest of those. And I just started Northlanders, which I thought was really good, and Why is Last Man Standing, the first trade, which I thought was okay. Also, Brian K. Vaughan does have a book called Pride of Baghdad, which is incredible. And I did just read Flight of Angels from Vertigo, which the art in it is like nothing else. Anyways, thanks a lot. You guys are doing a great job. Have a Merry Christmas.
First of all, thank you for calling in, and happy holidays to you, too. I never want people to feel like you can't call in and disagree with us. I do want to say one thing, though. When you say that Jim and I never disagree, we always seem to wind up on the same page. I can't tell you how many episodes where Jim and I have finally just had to say, we've got to agree to disagree here, or else the whole show is going to be us continuing this argument. That's happened many times on the podcast, so I have to adamantly disagree with you there. Because there's been times where I've literally, listening back to the show when I was editing it, I've actually had to chop down arguments that we've had because they were too long. And there's some of them I know for a fact that I let go on too long when I edited it. It was just a matter of editing time. I didn't have time to go back and chop it down as much as I would have liked to. So, no, there's been tons of arguments where Jim and I disagree. Even on this episode, there's points in time where we're disagreeing as far as something that we're seeing in a comic, a direction for characters, and we just really, in the end, just agree to disagree. So we do that quite a bit. So I don't think that it's always an issue of that. Sometimes, yeah, absolutely. One of the points of having an argument or a discussion is to try and have the other person see your viewpoint. So we do that a lot of times on the show. And it's not always, though, the idea that we're agreeing 100% with the other person. It's that we're agreeing that we see how they achieved their viewpoint. And there's been a lot of times where we've done that, too. As far as the continuity thing, I'm not going to say that you're wrong, because you're entitled to that opinion. One of the things I like about DC's approach right now, and this is just from my personal standpoint, is with it being open-ended, they've given creators the opportunity to pull from the classic stories that will enhance a story that they're currently doing. So those stories don't need to be retold again. Because a lot of times when you reboot a universe, what ends up happening is you get a lot of the same stories told over and over again that have already been told. They've been collected, they're available already. I agree with you that stories like Hush and things like that don't work in the current continuity. But what's going to be interesting to me is if they use Hush again, because we haven't seen Hush, the character himself, Hush. If they use Hush again, there's an opportunity to explain what was known and what wasn't known in that story where there's needed to be, and also to tell you what's been thrown out the window. So I don't know, it's not as cut and dry as, what stories have and haven't happened, and you have a right to not like that. I like the fact that, Killing Joke does not need to be told again, but yet it's something that has enhanced the Batgirl series right now because it already happened. I don't necessarily want to reread Killing Joke again in Batgirl to determine why Barbara Gordon's the way that she is. I think it was sufficient enough to say this story, Killing Joke, happened. Here's what happened to Barbara. And let's move on now and tell new Barbara Gordon as Batgirl stories. And I thought it was cool because there's a reason to go and read Killing Joke for a reader who maybe is reading Batgirl for the first time. And they're going to get something really cool out of Killing Joke if they've never read it before. But I don't think that story needs to be retold. I want to read personally new stories, which it seems like you're enjoying. Like you said, I'm enjoying the newer stories. The continuity part is something that gets to you. And see, I guess I've resolved the continuity in my own way in the sense of saying that there was Flashpoint, which caused a big time shift. And everything that happened before Flashpoint did happen, so I've got the continuity in my head. All of that stuff did happen. It's just not in an alternate universe. It's in an alternate timeline that happened because of Flashpoint. So I've resolved it that those stories all did happen. Any trade that I read or something like that, I currently take it as those stories happened pre-Flashpoint. And that some of those stories did, in fact, still happen in this current universe. We just don't know what it looked like. So I am looking at this, I guess, in my head, and why it works for me is I am looking at it as a relaunched universe. It just so happens that this universe has certain elements of stories from the previous universe, the pre-Flashpoint universe, that did happen. And we saw this happen with Crisis on Infinite Earths. It wasn't the first time this happened, which also at that time caused the disappearance of the JSA. We are going to get a JSA in this, but I guess they're going to be on Earth 2, which was something that was pre-Crisis. So I don't know. I mean, I guess, they're taking some elements from the past that have worked before and using them in a different way. And I think with the way this new world's going, I wouldn't put the JSA in this world. I think they'd get lost here. I think the JSA really needs to be set in a world that is crafted to tell great JSA stories. I'm with you 100%. I miss the JSA. I'm thrilled that James Robinson's going to be doing a JSA series. I want to see that. So we're completely in sync on that end. I do like what they're doing with continuity, though. I think what I like is and this is where I like it. I think what there's really been an emphasis on is that these past stories are there for creators as they create their continuities moving forward to pull in to telling great stories creatively when they're needed, but they're not stuck to them right now. They're still there for us as fans. They happen in the pre-Flashpoint universe. But when Flashpoint happened, that really is a major continuity storytelling shift that actually is in our continuity. So that happened in continuity, Flashpoint, which to me means that everything beforehand happened. So I've resolved the continuity issue. It works for me in my head. Whether or not you like that or not, I'm not going to argue with you on that because you have every right to do that. I think it's a great phone call. I'm actually really enjoying this discussion because you don't like it. I think there's some logical reasons why you don't. It just doesn't work for me that way. I'm really enjoying what they're doing right now. I think it's great. And I was expecting that I wasn't going to like it. That's where, for me, I'm thrilled right now because I was really worried that, I'm a continuity junkie like you. So, I get your vibe. I get where you're coming from. I've been reading since the 70s. And, that's something for me. I was surprised at how much I am open to this. And I think it really is because there was a resolution. These stories did happen for me. It just, this event happened that shifted the whole universe. And there's, a V. I take a look at it as pre-Flashpoint, post-Flashpoint. Both have their own rich, full histories. We don't know one. We really know the other. So that's where I'm at. I don't know. It's a good phone call, and please feel free to call in with that kind of stuff all the time because I think it just adds something to the discussion, and that's Jim and I butt heads like this all the time. I think you better want to check back on some of the episodes because we really do, and usually a lot longer.
Hey guys, it's Bobby C., also known as Star Wolf Oakley on the forums. As I was reading Green Lantern 3 last month or this month, I suddenly realized something that I was surprised I didn't realize before. I've said that Batman doesn't like Hal Jordan because basically Hal Jordan is not afraid of him. I think Hal Jordan doesn't like Batman because Batman reminds him too much of Sinestro. That might, for starters, you can wonder does Hal Jordan really not like Batman? But that could be it. He just looks at Batman, see how Batman operates through fear, and just thinks to himself, that's how Sinestro acted, and that's how and why he got kicked out of the Green Lantern Corps. Just a theory, wondering what you guys think about it. Okay, bye.
I love that theory. I don't know that that's something that's intentional, but I really love... See, this is one of those things, and you're doing, Bobby, what I love to do when I read. I like to make connections where it probably wasn't intended, and yet you can see these characters coming to life and being fleshed out and three-dimensional, almost like they're friends of yours, and you see connections like that. Like, okay, well, Hal, has had this rich history with Sinestro, and Batman would... especially now, if you take a look at what's going on in the current Green Lantern series and the initial meeting in the current Jeff Johns, Jim Lee, Justice League, you're right. There's a really cool connection there as far as personality and the way that they're carrying themselves. So I can definitely see where, Hal might be. Even, it's one of those things where you say, is he doing that subconsciously? Is he not aware that he's doing that? And I love that. I love that kind of stuff. So I'm so glad you called with that because I do think that there's definitely a powerful connection to be made there. I love that stuff.
Reaching melting point. Not sure we can make it.
Our next book will be Penguin, Pain and Prejudice, issue number 3. The writer is Greg Hurwitz. The artist and cover is Szymon, Szymon Gradansky. Colorist John Kalis, Kalisz. Letterer is Rob Lay. Assistant editor Katie Kubrick. And editor Mike Martz.
This is a book you suggested, and it was one I'm so glad you did because I'm a huge fan of the Penguin. Obviously, the Bat family in general. I've many times mentioned that Batman's my guy on the show. And this is one of those miniseries when I first heard about it, I'm like, wow, they're doing a Penguin miniseries. Like, out of all of Batman's villains, it's not somebody that I would expect to get a solo miniseries. And I got to tell you, this 5-issue miniseries has been a home run hit. Really explored what I like about the Penguin the most is it explores all aspects of the Penguin. And it makes you understand why the Penguin is a true dangerous villain in Batman's universe. A lot of times he gets done a little too cartoony and a little too vulnerable. and you forget that vicious side of him. The vulnerability is very much there, and this series shows it to you, where he does have a heart and where he does have some weak spots and things like that. But you got to also see that balanced out so much by then the opposite end, that intense, off-the-wall, non-relenting, vicious streak that never lets up. Like, once you're on his radar, he does not let you off it. And that's a really important aspect to me to Oswald Cobblepot. He's been hit so hard so many times in his life, from his childhood straight on through, unfairly, that he does not show fairness.
Oh, no.
You cross him, you are going to know it, and it never ends for you the way it never ended for him. And this is a guy who's really a true crafting of his environment. You can't help but have sympathy. I'm not saying that I'm like on Penguin's side. I'm not. This guy should be locked up. He should be getting help. And I don't know how you get somebody past the machete of issues you would need to get through at the Penguin. But this is a guy who you can clearly look back at what was done horribly to him in his childhood and see why he would become the man that he did. It's, we talk about nature versus nurture. This was definitely he was nurtured into this.
Oh yeah, it's beyond just a tough childhood. A lot of us say, "Oh, I have issues." This dude just went beyond that. But there is a little bit of level of evilness, and just you talk about that beautiful blend of just vulnerability and just pure evil that he exudes, and it's just that balance is absolutely wonderful. And for me, I have our backgrounds, and there's something interesting about the fact that you've seen this Penguin before in Bat books. I really haven't. I haven't really read stories where I see this viciousness. There was that Joker's Asylum series where Joker's telling a Penguin story that I got to see this level of just evil in him. But that was just really just a one shot. This series laying out, I love this. This is something that, one, it comes at a perfect time for the relaunch because you got new people coming in. Two, it's a good definition of who the Penguin is in this universe, and it's the same kind of guy that he was last time, but we really see why he is one of Batman's elite villains. He is a member of the Rogues Gallery. He's not just a throwaway thug that anybody can push around. The levels that he goes to destroy somebody is so beyond what even a vindictive person like myself would do. This is just a level that beyond he's not just killing you, he's killing your entire family, and he's destroying your entire family and just laying it out saying, this is what I'm doing to you right now as we speak. Oh yeah, your parents are now dead as of 20 minutes ago. And it's boom, boom, boom. Just, what he's doing, he's destroying you, and you just see it unfold, and you're just like, for something as simple as chewing gum. The guy was chewing gum. The guy who picks up his dead mother's chewing gum, and he makes a stupid comment to talk back to the Penguin, which I still, on one hand, I'm like, kind of, dude, you should have seen that coming. But even that is just, what he gets hit with is beyond anything. It's just beyond comprehension that, yes, something should have happened to the guy, but really, this level, did you really need to go this far with it?
Well, what he knew about the guy, he knew every personal aspect of the guy's life, which is the interesting thing that we've seen consistently throughout this series in every single issue. And if you missed this, you are missing a really viciously cool Penguin story. So if you're like, if it's Penguin, I tend to read the Batman books, but I don't know if I'm going to follow the villain into the miniseries. You are making a huge mistake missing this one, because this really is establishing what makes Penguin unique. The fact that he has feelers out there, that can find out every aspect of your life, who your kids are, what their ailments are, where your wife works, where your parents might be, and each of those areas, how they relate to you, because that's the key there. It's not even just that these things are going on. Knowing that these are things that are important to you. If I went every day and talked to somebody at the grocery store when I pick up my groceries, and we have this relationship there, that person would be cannon fodder to get at me just because they know me. And that's what Penguin did. He found the people and the links that were important to you and used those, then left you alive. That was in that case, that guy was on the floor in a pool of his own filth because of the fact that he was so distraught over what the Penguin has done to him.
His life is completely over and destroyed.
Yeah.
And he's not even going to be given a chance to really grieve the loss of everybody that he's loved. And because right now the police are going to be picking him up for all these crimes. And it's just, one bad thing on top of another, It's in a way, it is poetic and beautiful, just the way this villain is so nasty. But it's, on the other end, there is a level of sickness where you're like, wow, that's
over
beyond.
gum. It's over gum.
Yeah.
Well, it's really, though, but I mean, the underlying thing is over disrespect to the death of his mother.
Yes.
Which, for the Penguin, she was the one person who showed him kindness. Ooh, boy. In the position that this, I have sympathy, because obviously that's going way too far. But yet at the same time, that smirk on that guy's face, that evil, quirky smirk on that guy's face,
yeah.
A part of me is like, oh, he had that coming. Like,
yeah.
Woo.
Yeah, you know what? For me, I was like, okay, the kilos of coke that Penguin planted in his car, okay, that's about as far as I would, say something like that, should have gone. Okay, there, bam. But then just beyond everything that started happening beyond that, I was just like, wow. And he just laid it out. And I love how they lay it out just so calm, just matter of fact, this is what's going on. But also, as he's laying out this nasty stuff that's happening to this guy, we also get those panels of the wonderful stuff that he's doing to the nurse who took care of his mother. Because on that same panel, that same opening page spread, you see Penguin eyeing, they use the nice red tones where he's eyeing the morgue guy, and then he sees, circle encased in a white light, the woman who's sitting there crying over the death of his mother. And he knows that woman cared for my mother. I'm going to take care of her. And just to the extreme that he destroyed that man's life, he went to the other extreme to making that woman's life better. He's like, hey, you've been behind on rent payments. Don't worry, you now own the building. Oh, and there's going to be you usually take the bus, not anymore. There's going to be a cab. There's going to be a chauffeur waiting for you 24/7, take you anywhere you want. And when you want to go on vacation, you take my private charter jet wherever you want to go in the world. It was just so much beyond just hey, thanks for looking after my mom. Here's a nice retirement package. Here's some money for you. No, he went beyond even normal, and I love seeing those two extreme levels of anger and compassion within the same guy. It's just a great exploration of who he is.
Information is money, and information is power. Knowing your surroundings and catching every little tiny detail can be the edge that makes you a winner or makes you a loser if you miss it. In Penguin's case, the one other thing I liked about the sequence you're talking about was the different language used in having them come to him. Please ask her to my office later. Have him brought as well. Difference between being brought and being asked.
Yes.
in the courtesy of the situation. In both cases, they're both going to wind up there. But how that's going to happen is something that was obviously very different. His solidarity and loneliness that we see throughout this, like in that shot on the second page where you see him in his bed, just sitting there. It isn't just the mourning his mother. It is now he's alone. He's been alone. She was the only one, but this has just added that sense even more. And that one panel, that shot there, really gave that sense of that. And the earrings, seeing, offering $1 million reward so that no one else has to ever go through what my ears did, because those earrings were ripped right off her head in the last issue, all because he wanted that jewelry for Mom. These were all things because they were favorites of Mom's. It was to make Mom's life a little brighter. All of these things that he was doing in his twisted sense of being a good son, in his twisted sense of taking care of that person that he loves. And that twisted sense of how you show affection is playing off in this relationship with Cassandra that we're seeing developed here, where he's finding this blind girl who he's finding some kind of a link to, seeing her being tortured to the point where she talks to herself under her breath, and recognizing her vulnerabilities in himself and seeing a kindred spirit there, and trying somehow to build a relationship with her. Yet we all know it's going to fail impossibly not because of the honesty between the two of them, but because of the dishonesty. She's laying herself out on the line. He is not. He's lying to her, telling her he's this most handsome man that he's not. Not letting her touch him and things like that. She's there with her vulnerabilities. He's connecting with her vulnerabilities, but not laying out his own. And that's where that relationship is sadly, ultimately doomed to fail. She could be, if he let her in, the key to rounding him off, the key to bringing him therapy, the key to fixing him, the things that we're talking about earlier, from his childhood and everything that's been scarring him. He isn't ready for that, though. And you see this in this, what a great psychological study that she's there in that moment, and this could wind up being something good for her if only he was willing to take the same risk that she is with him. And I loved there was something in that powerful in that relationship between the two of them, where I see this door, this opportunity. It's like, Oswald, just go through it. Just go through it, Oswald. And stop worrying about going after people who chew gum and see what you've got in front of you here. You have an opportunity, and he's just not going to take it.
And yeah, it's funny because sit there, and a lot of times when we read these books, we become, we think of ourselves as pals and buddies to the heroes, and you want to just give your friend some advice. And these 3 issues, I'm actually finding myself being that type of person with Oswald. I just want to say, dude, man, just relax. You got a chance at some happiness here. You got a chance at something good and positive. But the scary thing is I don't want to be the guy who actually says that to him, because if things go horribly wrong, he's going to blame me.
Right. That's one of the great things about it, though, because you do feel like you're riding along that way, but there's that twisted balance on the other side of I wouldn't tell him that.
I'd be like, hey, Sean, why don't you tell him? You're better friends with him.
Do you need anything, Mr. Cobblepot? Yeah. Well, and by the way, Jim said... Sure, I'll tell. No, you told me to tell him, so I'll be sure to tell him. Mr. Cobblepot, I didn't want to say anything, but Jim said...
Well, that could backfire on you.
Hey, and it might sound, how would that backfire on me?
Because he goes after the, friends and family, I'd make it really clear. Mr. Cobblepot. A great way to hurt me is to, go after you and your family. That would destroy me. So, Well, something funny else, though? When the thugs this time brought in the new jewelry that they brought for him, they cleaned it up this time. They put it in a nice box with a bow on it. Because if you remember last issue when they gave the bloody earrings, they literally just handed him some bloody earrings, and it kind of disgusted him a little bit that he had to clean up. Even the thugs that are working for him are noticing, hey, let's change things around a little bit. I like that little variation, that little change with it.
And the look on their faces when it says, maybe it's time you boys got going. You see that as they're sleeking away. There's a sense of power there, which is really, really important in this. It's something I really, really dug about the whole thing. I like the color work on this issue in particular as well. You talked about the red tones and changing to the white light and stuff like that. But even, when the use of a yellowish tone when he's in the park, that's so outlined by seeing the balloon colors, and when you start to see the girl brought in, you see a little bit more color tone in her shirt and things like that. I like just the choice of kind of a muted look to the world, it being Gotham, and this being obviously one of the prettier places in Gotham, but yet knowing that Gotham's always got kind of a little bit of this haze as well. I love the mood and atmosphere and tone.
There's a bit of a creepiness to it.
Yeah.
But I always perceived it as an intended creepiness because we're kind of seeing the world through Oswald's perspective.
Yes.
We're seeing it through his mind's eye, how he sees the world. He doesn't see the bright colors. He's in this brilliant zoo with all this activity and all this really cool stuff to see, but it's still that haze, that little murkiness to it, just because that's how he sees the world.
Thank you, because that's exactly what I mean. It's you're seeing that this is a place of beauty that people would go to and all that, but yet there is that, like you said, that murkiness. And you're right, it comes from, I take it back. That comes from Oswald's perspective. I like that. There's the color work in this series really set a constant, consistent tone throughout the entire issue. No matter where the environments change, there's a filter. And it's an Oswald filter going off of what you're saying here, and I agree with that. That adds kind of a style to it. I really loved the way that this was done. I mean, it's to me, it's one of those series that really just makes me perk up. It's got an art team that really has got a theme going all the way through that I'm really enjoying. This is a very pretty book.
Oh, God, yeah. This is definitely very artistic, and just, the story itself is awesome, but again, this is another one of those where art and where your physical art is so matching the story that if somebody else, even one of my favorite artists, were to take over and start doing it, redid the story in their style, I think it would kind of miss something, just because this was such a beautiful blend and just a really cohesive unit. And this is something that I really enjoyed, this story, how it looked and how it felt. And it's not just this cool story we're getting; it is the total package on this. This is something that it was, again. It's it's weird sometimes how I'll react to different art styles. Like this art style, and say like Teen Titans. I don't know if I'd like it as much because I like a nice bright and flashy with Teen Titans or Legion of Superheroes. I want that boom pop on the story. But for this, it so fits.
This art team, though, wouldn't do Teen Titans the same way they did this book.
Right.
See, it's one of the things that I really like. Like you mentioned a different art team coming on this book. If a different art team came on this book, the biggest mistake they could make is to try and do this. They should find a way. First of all, you don't want it to be totally foreign, so you're going to obviously borrow some from this. But the key is, how do we capture the mood and tone that they captured here using our own style? I think you have to have that. I think there needs to be a blending, where it's not just a bam in your face, it changes and all that, but yet you also have to have the freedom for the art team to put their own stamp on it. I think your Titans example, couldn't be two different books, current Teen Titans series and this miniseries, but the art team that's on the current Teen Titans series would not do this book with that same style. If they did, it would be a huge mistake because the tone just doesn't match. The color work wouldn't be the same.
Right. Yeah.
The penciling wouldn't be the same. This book right now, though, I'm with you. I would not want to see the art team change on this in a million years. I'm glad the 5-issue miniseries is going to have this art team. I think the work that they're doing here is great. I love when we get close-up shots of Oswald, but I also love when we see Cassandra. I'm a big fan of when they'll take a handicap like being blind and show you where there's strength there as well. My gosh, this place is incredible. Judging from the echo of my footsteps, you must be really successful. Did I really? And I love that she gets real soft. Did I really just say gosh? Questioning herself. I loved the way the word balloons were handled in this. Letterer Rob Lay did a terrific job on the text. I think that's really important. I don't know how that was laid out or where those choices came from, but that really just visually came out well. So the whole creative team, thumbs up on that, because her vulnerability there needed to be seen, but also the strength. That top bubble of hers, there's a lot of strength there. I respect to no end the fact that somebody is able to tell things about a location without being able to see it. Mm-hmm. It's a sight is a sense that I rely on so much. I wear glasses now. I wear contacts when I'm not wearing those. How annoying it is to have my vision diminished to that capacity. And when I say diminished, I'm not even making any kind of comparison. What I'm saying is we're talking about something slight, tiny, minuscule. That bugs me. I can't imagine what it's like to try and navigate and know about the world without being able to see it. And yet, you've got this person there. My respect level for this character in that one bubble. I'm like, wow, what she knew about that room. I don't know visually seeing the room that I would have noticed it the same way she did.
Yeah.
That is cool. That's good writing. I think it does remind us of the fact that people who have different handicaps are going to see and compensate for that and live a life in a way that they're going to notice things and be a part of things that we never could possibly understand unless we were in that position. They have strengths they bring to the table. A lot of times you look at the handicap and you have sympathy, which you rightfully should, for the weakness that it brings to that person. But a lot of times we forget these moments where you get an opportunity to see the strength that they have that you're not going to have because you don't see it that way. And that's something that I thought was neat in that sequence with her, because I think that's true, and I think we all need to remember that when we encounter somebody in that situation, is that, hey, there's cool things that they can share with us that they experience that we're never going to understand that way. And that's something that was neat. I don't know, that sequence captured me. It's funny how one page, one panel, you see all this vulnerability from her, but you see a strength in there. That balance was something in the writing for a character who is a side character who I'm assuming we probably only going to see in this mini.
Yeah, I'm thinking, well, I hope not, but I'm thinking,
yeah.
You always think that it's going to end very poorly for the person. Now, I'd like to think that maybe Oswald isn't going to kill her, but you never know with this guy. You never know where things are going to go, because she's, I love that she is sensing more than just power. She's like, because she's talking about like there's something different. People who are attractive, people who are successful, that people, respect them. But there's something else. It's different with you. There's like this unseen power around him. Now, will she figure out eventually that it's really not respect, but fear she's sensing from people? Or is this something, how is this going to play out? Because, eventually she's going to touch his face. And, eventually she's going to figure out that he's not this rich, handsome man. He is rich and powerful, but is she going to put together that fear that she's sensing from people? It's the fear of people around her who don't want to cross the Penguin, who don't want to make one slight mistake or one slight misstep because they know he'll destroy them if they do that. And, but there is that, that vibe and that feel, and I want to know how she finds out and what happens to her afterwards. I'm hoping, I'm pulling for her that she survives this, but it don't look that good for her, unfortunately.
I want to touch on this sequence again because she reaches over to touch him because she wants to get to know him visually. Her realizing in that moment that, like, wow, I don't let people see my eyes because of my own vulnerability. She's feeling compassion and also feeling regret and remorse for the fact that I just violated his personal space, or tried to violate his personal space. And I should have asked first. I should have been aware that I could be, touching on something self-conscious for him the way I am about my eyes. Immediately showing her compassion, her understanding of the world. Like, I love this character of Cassandra. Like, yeah. In many ways, it's weird. In a Vertigo series or something like that where you follow her life, I'd almost read a book about Cassandra. Like, because I'm immediately engaged to her. Like, I want to know what her life experiences were like. And the reason why I say Vertigo is because you'll tend to see, in that type of book, it's like something from Top Shelf. Like, there's a book called Blankets from Top Shelf where it follows this couple's relationship and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, I could see myself following Cassandra's story in that type of an offshoot style of a comic, where it is more of a personal piece following this person who's blind and, seeing how she dealt with her life, because I find her engaging. So her compassion in that moment of pulling back, Oswald had an open door right there to let her know, because she's sharing her vulnerabilities about her eyes. He had that door. And again, like I said earlier, he doesn't take it. Talks about how he's a handsome man. And you can even see, is it me or is there a little bit of regret there?
Oh, big time. There is some regret because he's sitting there saying, refreshing about you is unlike others, you don't care what I look like. And he's like, right then and there, I could have told her the truth. I could have said, you know what, I lied. I'm not handsome. I am an ugly man. And physically, there are people who are repulsed by my appearance. And he could have taken this moment. He could have used it right there, but he can't. And that's when and it's neat because you see him go right from there to the next sequences where he's dealing with the Moore guy, where he's dealing with the nurse, who took care of his mother. It's kind of that, moments where he's like, I got to do what I got to do. I like seeing that. Again, it's that vulnerability, that humanistic, nature of the Penguin.
Really? Can we get some numbers out of these rooms? Da-da-de-dum. I mean, wow. That's the real Joker, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's the way I was taking that, too.
Well, I'm thinking it's the Joker. He's got a guy on a spinning wheel throwing knives, and the fact that he's standing on the ball as well, that's kind of, pretty impressive.
With a blindfold on.
What?
With a blindfold on.
Oh, yeah.
It's like it's on the one eye. I don't know, because it looks like the other eye is uncovered, because he does look at Oswald in that moment. There's a blindfold on at least one of the eyes, to add to the lunacy.
Well, hey, you can't do it too easily.
But the best line for me is, really?
Yeah.
Just it's such a great moment. We talked about this earlier, so we'll go through it quickly. But like you said, the sequence where you get to see him basically taking apart this EMT was just brilliant because of the framing that you talk about that we get to see there. The red, vicious frames outlined with these calm, white, normal panels. And I loved seeing that not only was the guy falling apart, but seeing her saying, love doesn't require any payment. And she's very generous and kind, saying, thank you, Mr. Cobblepot, sir. I'm touched. You are a kind and generous man. But I don't need all that. I don't care about those things. I just loved your mother. In that moment, that's the reason why he asked her down versus having her brought down. And I loved having him see that moment. I don't think he'll understand that, though. It's one of those things where, I don't know that Oswald's capable of connecting with that. I think in some ways he admires that because he knows he can't achieve and attain that. Not with it being as honest as it was with her. Not with it being as honest as it is for Cassandra. I think both this, nurse that was helping his mother and Cassandra in many ways are showing Oswald a world he can never reach and never attain. He will never be a part of. He's too scarred for that. And it's something that I find fascinating about this is seeing, I think we see him as the character you talked about. I haven't read a lot of this Penguin. We see him as the character he really is because of how brilliantly he's framed by all of these dark and light situations around him. We get to really see all the facets of him.
Yeah, and I tell you, one of the things I digged about that sequence, when he's first initially talking to her, you see his facial expression. He's kind of got a smile on his face. He's kind of got that, hey, I'm about to do something really cool for you. Here it is. And I love seeing just that friendliness and openness that we rarely get in Penguin coming out. And that, again, add to the whole thing where he's doing this over-the-top wonderful thing for her. And she's like, I don't really need that. I didn't do this, for wanting a reward. I did this because it's, I cared about your mother. I did this because it's the right thing to do. And I just loved how that played out.
The whole sequence with Cassandra where they're talking about penguins and he's telling her that this is her quarters and, you can, these are yours to utilize however you want, whenever you want. They're yours. It's your area, your personal space. And, in those moments, Penguin's touching her and showing her, that whole thing about how penguins never lose warmth and that type of thing, and really trying to make her feel warm and welcome in there. But again, never letting her touch him. She wants to cross that line. She wants to get to know him. What's going to happen to their relationship, because we know it's coming, when she finds out it was a lie? We got two more issues. She's going to find that out. Yeah. That's when her bubbles burst. This man that she thought she was, is she going to connect with the physical sense and go, I can understand why you hid it? Or why did you hide it, knowing that I was laying it all out for you?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. How is it going to how is she going to deal with it? How is she going to lay it out, and how is he going to react to the letdown? And that's the thing that has me so concerned for her safety, because she could say flat out, saying, "Hey, I was truthful to you. You lied to me," and Penguin will completely not see it. Penguin will see it as, oh, now she knows what I look like. She doesn't want anything to do with me, even though it has nothing to do with his physical looks. For her to be turned off by him, it's got to do with the fact that he lied to her, the fact that she couldn't trust him. And it's, how is that going to play out? And I love the fact that during this sequence, we see Batman looking in on this. So that also immediately got me thinking, maybe, she's got a chance at surviving because maybe Batman can take care of her, get her out of the situation, get her to safety.
Well, yeah, because he's hunting down the jewelry. Yeah. So as a detective, he's coming out and trying to find the link to Penguin because he doesn't have it yet. And I like that we get to see in the background this detective work from Batman. Batman really is a major supporting character, really in the background of this story, which kind of like what we see a lot of times, like in The Dark Knight with that detective, that police officer that's currently following Batman. And it's a good role for Batman here. I got to commend the art team on their drawing of Batman in this. Batman is one of those infinitely adaptable characters, and I loved that they created their Batman in a way that fits the mood and tone of this series. He feels like he fits in this Penguin's world. And this, again, the filter you talked about earlier, Jim, this is Penguin's filter to Batman. Again, we're seeing through his filter. I really liked how they did that. I've always liked different interpretations of Batman that fit the book, and it worked really here. It was cool. In the crypt, the family crypt, we get to see, again, the earrings, that whole sequence brought about there. That crypt is such a crucial thing because everybody that died there, aside from Mom, all died because of Oswald.
Yeah.
I mean,
he put him there.
Yeah. Wow. He reminds me of, I've referenced it on the show before. I think one of my, if I had to pick my number one scariest horror movie of all time, it was The Omen, featuring Damien, the original Omen. Yes. The music, the fact that you're dealing with Satan's kid and that type of stuff. It just, to me, there's a fear factor to that I love horror movies. I really enjoy that genre. There was something about that movie and tone. This sequence, we see him as a little kid, the look on his face, what is running through his head in those moments, takes me back to that film. This is creepy. Very well done. Again, I love how they shifted to like this black and white kind of style, showing us the past. It's almost like we're looking at an old film reel of his life. Really love the tones they use there. We get to see what's going on with things like the umbrellas and how he's using that almost vertigo-y umbrella to mess with his head. Because he's spinning that there. And that was something I just really loved about that.
And it was funny because just the umbrella thing in the Penguin, I always equated that to goofy gadgets and things like that. But here you're really seeing where the birth of the umbrella, why he carries it, why he always has it with him. As the child, the mother said, hey, always have an umbrella. You never know when you need it. And I like seeing how it's all going back to this, and it's coming back from the childhood. It's coming forward, and we're understanding why he has this thing, why, the backstory behind just something as simple as an umbrella. And I love this whole sequence, again, showing his vulnerability, showing his pain, his reaction after the funeral where he's sitting there beating on the one crypt, yelling, you can't have her. I love that. I felt so bad for this guy, even though I know he is a monster. I know he is a horrific killer. I still felt bad for him because I know where his pain is coming from. I get and understand his pain, and you're like, oh God, poor guy. And then you're like, wait a minute, poor guy. This is somebody who just who completely destroyed this guy's family because he was chewing gum.
Now, here's an interesting thing with the Penguin. That bit in the alleyway, I loved the thugs, because they're the ones that Batman are chasing. Why do you think he wants to meet? Why here? They're having that whole debate over the whole thing and how they can't go into the Iceberg Lounge because they can't be seen. A guy wants to meet in an alley, is it ever a good sign? So you got these three guys when the limo pulls up, all wondering, is this where we're going to be offed? Yeah. I loved that dialogue between them because that fits their world. Of course that would be something that they would be thinking because the Penguin is eventually going to have to cut them loose. They're now a liability, because they're the only link to him.
Yeah.
So I loved how that sequence is playing out. I love these bits where, see, to me, that's smart writing. An extra panel or two there to show that sequence adds a reality to this world. It fleshes out the people that work for him. And this is where there's a lot of validity to having this miniseries. We don't get a glimpse into this very often. We don't get to see it from this side. And it makes it more poignant when Batman takes them down in his own book later on to know that this is what's going on in their world because we've seen it here. I love that. I mean, this to me is this is a template for what they should do for further miniseries for any villains or supporting cast. It's really flesh out what makes them different. What is it? How do these events play out differently from their perspective? The things we don't get to see on camera very often. This really captures a lot of that.
Oh, big time. And again, it was funny because you see these villains, they're his thugs, who in a way I can recognize that they're really starting to think, towards the future and how long they have left to live. Because as we mentioned before, they cleaned up the earrings that they gave and like, hey, let's clean this stuff up. And they're making that little extra effort to please Cobblepot. But in the back of their mind, they are thinking, hey, when do we become expendable? And it's funny because we always joke around about how, why are these guys thugs for like the Joker? Why would you sign up to be part of the Joker's gang knowing there's a good chance you're going to die? Same type of story with the Penguin. Why would you sign up to be a thug for him if at any moment you could die very easily? And it'll be a very painful death, and it'll be a painful death for your family as well. And I like seeing just the thugs, the low-level guys, starting to kind of think this way. And it gets me thinking off the page, not just Penguin, but thinking these three guys. I still really don't even know their names, but I'm starting to think like them. I'm starting to understand where they're coming from.
Yes, you do know their names. Batman has them at the end of the book.
Right.
But one of the things that I really dig about this is everything you're saying right now. I'm glued to what you're saying. Because let's talk about it first. Why would they join up with the Penguin? Money. Fast money. Heavy money. The kind of money you're not going to get if you're knocking over a small-time 7-Eleven or something like that. These guys are dealing with big-time heists that are well planned out with the kind of backing and resource information that they know when, where, and how to make the hit. That's why these guys are making big-time money. The problem, though, when you're making that big-time money is at some point in time you get sloppy. You leave a clue behind, something that can be traced back to the big boss. You've now become a liability and you're worm food. Exactly what you're talking about here. Why would you hook up with these guys? They're thinking about in the alley right now. They've made a ton of money with the Penguin. I'm sure each of these three guys right now are made more in 2 weeks with the Penguin than they would have made in 10 years on their own. That's why they were with him. Because It was an easy way. Let me ask you this. I'm thinking these three guys, this moment, unless Penguin was with Cassandra, these three guys were dead. This moment, the only reason why they're still alive, Penguin wants the ring for Cassandra. He knows these guys can handle it because they've been doing it.
Yeah, one last hit, one last job with these guys. And this is probably what he's thinking. Or he may be thinking, they'll now give me jewelry. These are my jewelry guys. They're pretty good at getting some high-end stuff, and so far they haven't made too many mistakes. So I'll keep them around while I'm giving Cassandra nice stuff.
Well, but knowing that the heat's on right now, these guys know it. And I think they're right. Mm-hmm. But I think Penguin's focus is elsewhere. Boys, there's something else I want. Something different. He's setting them on a different path. They've completed their mission already. They're technically done here in this sequence. Any other circumstances, these guys would be dead. I'm convinced of it. Because of Cassandra, because he wants the ring for Cassandra, Penguin's making a mistake. The mistake he's making is sending these guys out again. He's providing more clues. We see what happens. He gets the ring for Cassandra, and she's, over the moon, as she should be. Again, she hasn't touched him. She doesn't know. He knows all about her. She doesn't know about him. Mm-hmm. And in this moment where you find this mangled thing, the bullet casing that's right there, Batman finds. This gives him the clue to find Benjamin Ahern and his known associates. I actually should take it back what I said. We don't know the name of the known associates. We just know Benjamin's, the big chubby guy, because his fingerprint was there. Well, I'm guessing, actually, I take that back, though. Batman knows the names of them. We don't, which actually is very fitting for a Batman story. So you're right. We still don't know the guy's name. I correct myself right there. We just know Ben's name. Good old Ben. Gentle Ben.
Yeah, well, Ben messed up. And it's funny because I do like the fact that the panel right before that, they're talking about these guys, how they're thorough. They're collecting their casings. Well, they missed one. And all it takes is just to miss one, and you have the opening. And I like the fact that, yes, we're talking about these guys like, hey, you guys aren't, you're worm food and you're thugs, But they are thorough thugs. They are going about. They're not just the brain-dead, mindless, kill, take pretty ring. These guys are professionals. But you make one little mistake, and it costs you. And it's going to cost them big time.
You know, it's funny. At the end of the issue, they have the DC Comics All Access page talking about cliffhangers and stuff like that. And I really like how this does kind of showcase, because this has a great cliffhanger.
Yes.
I like this next issue's practice run. Practice run for what? Practice run for Oswald and Cassandra, I'm guessing.
Yeah, practice run for the wedding.
Yeah. And really, really sad, because the tragedy of the whole thing is I have a funny feeling that if she touches him, because she says in this moment, if I touch something, I can see it, and she's referring to the ring.
Yeah.
But, you know, the end is going to come for the two of them when she realizes the truth. And the funny part is, all along, if he just told her the truth from the beginning, I think these two would have survived.
Yes. If at that moment in the restaurant, if he would have told her, hey, I'm not a handsome man, and she would have touched him and seen it and said, but you're an amazing person. You know, there's more to this, you know, the person that I know isn't this monster, isn't ugly. You know, and I think they would have been completely through it, and everything would have been wonderful for him. He still would have been the Penguin doing what he does, but he would have had these moments of happiness, and who knows where things could have gone. But once she realizes that he's been lying to her, once she realizes the deception, that's what she's going to find ugly. And the million-dollar question is, will Penguin think that she's just saying that and she thinks he's physically ugly and have nasty thoughts towards her, or will he understand what she's saying, that it's about the lie?
I don't know. It's just such a, you know, it's one of the things that I really loved about this. In a very short period of time, in 3 issues, this miniseries developed a reality for a character who is so insanely out there. I mean, think about the concept of the Penguin. But I think he is the face of anybody who has been ridiculed, or, you know what I'm saying? Really showing just how dangerous bullying and, you know, these concepts of, you know, treating people so horribly poorly because of any differences that they have. You know, I think that he's the extreme case of all that. But it's unfortunately part of human nature. You know, it's stuff we've all been a part of at some point in time. And I think it's great that this character exists, because this should be a wake-up call for all of us. Like, be careful. You know, think before you open your big trap. You know, today's gum could be tomorrow's big problem. I don't know. I liked this about the series because it can be read at a lot of levels. There are points in time where you take an extreme character like the Penguin and you have sympathy. And you can actually understand how the environment made him this way. And I liked that. I really enjoyed that exploration of this whole thing. And I think Cassandra really shines more of a spotlight onto it. Really well-developed character. I worried for her.
Oh, big time worried. Big time worried. Yeah, but then again, who knows? Maybe we will get a happy ending in that Penguin will let her live and let her go about her life.
Right.
Maybe.
Except, you know what, that's never really going to truly be happy, because she will still have the rug yanked out. Because it's the tragedy's going to be, even if and I'm not talking about just her dying, the tragedy is going to be when this wonderful rug is yanked out from underneath her, because it's going to be at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And that will be the true tragedy, whether she lives or dies, will be that her world will be shattered. And that, I don't know, it's an interesting, tragic miniseries. I like it.
Come on, Skreel. Let's pay these Plutonian beam makers a visit.
Hi, this is Brian. I'm a long-time listener. I really like what you guys do. The positivity you guys invoke in your conversations about the comics is just great. Something I wanted to talk about was I'm really enjoying Action Comics. I think the retcon of the marriage was a really good idea on DC's part. I think it opens up a lot of storyline possibilities. And the idea of the Kents being dead, Ma and Pa Kent, as much as I miss them, I think it's a good thing. It kind of gives Superman a sense of isolation. that he hasn't had in a long time, and I think that's interesting for the writers to explore. Another thing is I'm really looking forward to the Justice Society relaunch. I like the idea of it being set on Earth, too. I'd like to have the original Justice Society restored, no dead members, like the original Hourman and the original Dr. Fate, kind of in the mix again. And I'd like to see Infinity Inc. Brought back. I like the idea of this legacy type of storytelling, this sense of family, kind of brought into the superhero realm. That way we don't lose characters like Jade and Obsidian and Jesse Quick. I really like those characters, and though they don't have a place in the current DCU, I'd like to see them find a place on Earth too, maybe with their own title. Like I was saying, I really enjoy what you guys do. I look forward to the episodes you guys put up, and good job.
Hey, Brian, thanks for the call. Yeah, it's funny when we talk about the Justice Society of America, I wonder if some of that might help address some of what Ed was discussing in the earlier voicemail. If maybe this idea of another Earth where some of the continuity still exists, or, like there's more of a set continuity from the past that we're used to existing. Because I can't help but wonder, we don't know a whole lot about that JSA series. Which JSA is it going to be? Is it, like you said, they're going to go back to the original concept of the JSA, where it's just the JSA that was on Earth 2, and, Superman and Batman and all that were amalgamated in? Is it just going to be the Justice Society lineup that we knew from the Earth in the previous continuity? Is it going to be a brand new JSA that we're going to learn about all over again that echoes, kind of like what we've seen from the past? I don't know. There's a lot of opportunity there. What are we going to find that exists on that other world, if it is on another Earth, which I'm assuming at this point, I think we can all safely assume that because we know there's not a JSA on our world. So I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions about that JSA series, because before the original premise of JSA, when at least in how it related to the Justice League, when they first started doing those crossovers, the original premise there was that it was the continuity that had existed prior to that Silver Age launching. So, the Batman and Superman that had been around since the Golden Age had actually teamed up with the Justice Society then, and those heroes had lived on after the Silver Age started and actually continued on their lives. At least that was always my understanding, and please, anybody feel free to correct me if I'm off base here. But on those team-ups, I was always under the impression that these were the Golden Age heroes still alive on this other world, and we got to see the progression of their lives. So what heroes are they going to pull from for this? Is it going to be pulled from some other previous continuity, or is it going to be an actual reboot of the JSA? We actually get to see them from the ground up reform, which would then go back to what you're saying, Brian, the opportunity then to have all of the members of the JSA be a part of that team. I don't know. And certainly if it's successful, I'm assuming that it could spawn things like Infinity Inc. and things like that. I'm with you. I loved all that stuff. So it would be great to have that back. But I don't know. I don't know what they're going to pull from on this. I'm excited, though. I actually see this is one of the things where I'm again, I don't need that spelled out for me right now. I just want a really good JSA series that at its core gets to what's really cool about JSA. And I'm content to wait and see how that's all going to play out. There is an opportunity there to address what Ed's saying, though, and maybe that is our Earth. The Earth from the past, pre-Flashpoint, that's going on over there. I don't know that that's going to be the case, though. I don't know. I'm open-minded, and, is it going to be our current multiverse now, and, this is going to be our first glimpse into it? Who knows? It's cool stuff. I'm with you that I think it's going to be incredibly interesting. There's a great opportunity to put in some characters that are missing right now that I really miss. I love the Jay Garrick Flash. I love Alan Scott. I love, I'd love to see the original Hawkman, that Carter Hall version that was on that team to be a part of that team. Again, Wildcat, the whole lineup. Our Man, Mr. Terrific, that gives the option then to have the original Mr. Terrific over there. So who knows? I don't know. It's going to be interesting stuff. And I love characters like Jesse Quick, you're right, the second generation that came, and Johnny Quick, and all those characters that came spinning out of that as well. So I don't know who they're going to pull from and how they're going to do that, but I'm excited because that is an opportunity to create something really cool and interesting that can show an avenue in the DC universe that we're not seeing right now. That I agree is a gray area that's missing. On the positivity thing, thank you for that. It's kind of funny. We never, and we still don't to this day, we've never started out a podcast episode saying we have to be positive this episode. That's never been like an edict for the show. I think the thing is, I think we look at our show like a classic fanzine for anybody who remembers that listening. And I've got that mentality. And like, if I stopped feeling like the type of fan that would want to do a DC fanzine, I would probably stop doing this and do another podcast, do something different where it would also be a fanzine. I don't see myself stopping doing that anytime soon because I've always had this feeling towards comics. It's very genuine. It just was a happy accident that Jim wound up, fitting into this vibe. But it was never like, I didn't give Jim set rules when we started podcasting. We don't have we don't have rules for the show. We really don't. It just kind of, this show winds up this way. So that's kind of the funny thing on it. So thank you for saying that you like the positivity on it. It's generally how we feel about comics, and it just kind of winds up being a happy accident that it ends up having that theme. And, we're very proud of the show that we put out. And I think we have like every podcast out there, it's one of the things I will compliment the entire podcasting community on. I think we have a unique voice, and I think every other podcast out there does. I think nobody's trying to be anybody else. And I think that's what's fun for anybody out here who listens to multiple podcasts. I think you get that vibe from all of us. We're all trying to do something a little unique, a little different, and creative, and have fun with it. So thank you. That's really a nice compliment for you to pick up on that. And we get that a lot, and it's really appreciated. So thank you to all of our listeners, actually.
Hey, Sean and Jim. This is Caleb Stallings. I was just listening to your most recent episode, and you guys were talking about Superman #3. And part of that discussion involved Superman's new suit, which I know has had a lot of controversy around it. When I first saw the original Jim Lee design, or redesign rather, of it, I was kind of in the same boat as with you, Sean. I don't know, something about it didn't look quite right. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was just shock not seeing the red trunks anymore. I think at first that was kind of jarring. It almost looked like he was just he had too much blue in his costume. And the red belt, I don't know, I didn't really feel like it worked. But of all the Superman titles where we've seen his suit, I think the best one, I don't know, and the one that I guess won me over was Supergirl #1 and 2. When we see Superman in those stories, something about the suit represented by that artist is just, I don't know, it's the most iconic. And I enjoyed seeing him so much in that to where I looked at other titles where he appeared, and the suit was finally winning me over. You guys talked about the black shield on the back of the cape. That's something I'm still not too crazy about. I don't know, I like the yellow one so much. I just thought to remain exclusively with primary colors on the suit was just so iconic and so visually packed with, I guess, meaning and power. Just, this is the primary superhero. He has all the primary colors. There's a majesty to it. But I'm finally starting to see the suit that way, as something that is majestic and iconic for its time. I don't remember which episode it was, but I remember listening to a lot of the DC Comics podcasts when they did San Diego Comic-Con, talking about some of the changes. And I remember Jim Lee explicitly saying about the new Superman suit is that the old Superman suit, the one that was introduced in the 1930s, made sense to that era of people who were seeing things in popular fiction, like strong men from the circus wearing the whole leotard. So Superman's suit was kind of reflective of that. So you look at the Superman suit and you think strong man. Of course, this is to a 1930s mind. But in 2011, like I said, probably never actually seen a strong man. A lot of people probably don't even know what that is. I'm very unfamiliar with the concept myself. So introducing this new suit that looked more futuristic, more Kryptonian, more alien, I think was a really great move on their part. The suits totally won me over. The one thing that I still wish they would do is add that little bit of yellow to the center of his belt buckle. I think just adding a little bit more yellow to the costume would, I don't know, just send it over the edge into perfection. But I really love it now, and I think it's a great look. But yeah, Supergirl number 1 and 2, I think, are the best places to see that suit shine, rather. So, anyways, love the discussion on the suit. I'd like to hear your thoughts on, what you didn't like about it at first and how it's winning you over. But yeah, keep up the good work, guys, and I'll talk to you later. All right, bye.
I feel comfortable on this speaking for Jim. Jim liked it right from the get-go, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, Jim right away liked it. I was the one that had the issue right from the get-go, and I think it's a lot of what you're saying here. I'm very much I like the classic. I've liked the tweaks over the years. Superman's suit hasn't stayed static over the years. Actually, for me, I remember when Byrne jumped on for Man of Steel, I thought that he modernized the suit, did slight little tweaks in the shoulder areas, slight little tweaks in the body, and how the whole suit was laying. So, but they were tiny, minuscule ones. And I remember being completely captivated by the John Byrne version. And maybe that's part of what's driving me, too. I'm stuck on that, became my kind of template for what Superman's suit was. And I should clarify, I was a Superman reader long before John Byrne did Man of Steel. I liked Superman, casual. I always say casually, and that's a very dangerous thing to say, because I read a lot of runs from flea markets and from grocery stores and Lawson's. And for anybody who remembers Lawson's, I'm dating myself by the fact that I used to shop at Lawson's with awesome McLawson milk. But we used to go to the newsstands there, and you'd get those books all the time. And then I remember in the 3-packs, a lot of times you would get 3 comics in these 3 plastic packs. That was always the greatest thing. You go to Kmart or something like that, and you would get like this amazing deal. And I remember like when the 3-packs were out in their heyday, you could get 3 comics, I think, for around the price of a single comic. It was like some kind of really cool bundle. And sometimes they'd have 5 comic bundles that were a little more. But you'd be getting like a assortment of bundles. And I get Superman in there, too. So, I read a lot of Superman. Just wasn't, Batman was always my one that I jumped to first, and Justice League and stuff like that. But I don't know, that was kind of my take. Superman, that's where it hit for me. So I had trouble with the suit at first when they did the switch. And I think I'm with you in the sense that seeing the suit in Supergirl, seeing it in Superman, I do think like different color work with the new suit is drawing me into it too. I don't know if you're having the same experience I am, but when the suit has a little bit of a darker tone to it, for some reason, I like that better, which Supergirl features. So I'm with you that Supergirl look is it. I'm seeing it in that book, but in Superman as well, I'm starting to see that toning as well. I really liked when Nicola Scott, for example, did it in Superman. I thought the suit looked great there. Am I 100% sold on it? I don't know. I'm still like analyzing it. Like the back of the whole thing, like, the black S. I don't know. I don't know that I dislike it. I'm just noticing these things, and I think I'm feeling it out as going along. It really is like it's this funny thing. Like every issue I read the suit in, whether it's in his own book or in other appearances he's been in different titles, I do find myself just analyzing that suit. And, I see panels where I like it, other panels where I'm like, I'm still not sure. And I like the storytelling reason, though. And I will say the major turning point for me, just to reference back to it again, we talked about Action Comics when there was that great issue that Gene Ha was doing Krypton. And we got to see that just beautiful take on Krypton and Jor-El. And we got to start seeing, okay, this visual style of the suit has a storytelling reference to the Kryptonian history, which we haven't seen yet. We haven't actually seen the origin of the suit. I think that might be the final selling point for me when I see the origin of the suit. But I will say with you, I agree with you visually, the more I'm seeing it, the more I'm liking it. And I think it is the more places I'm seeing it. I'm seeing more takes on it and more views on it. I did like Jim Lee's explanation as far as the era And I like see, you know what the funny part is, though? I geeked out at your little talk about the primary colors and how that's iconic to you and that type of stuff. And I think these characters should invoke that kind of passion. You know, I think it's kind of cool that we care about this suit. And the fact that it's changing is something that, you know, hey, we're a little, you know, we're watching you on this one, and we're being kind of leery on this one. There's nothing wrong with that. I think we're being open-minded enough. Like, I love your debate and discussion about it and what you're still looking at. I don't know. I think this is the kind of fun, geeky stuff that we should be doing. This is part of what reading comics is all about. I think is these kind of geeky debates about continuity, you know, like Ed and I were doing earlier, this type of stuff with the Superman suit. I don't know. This is what comics are all about to me. You know, it's I don't know that we all have to arrive at the same decisions at the same time, or even arrive at the same decisions. The important part is just to kind of have fun along the way on the journey, talking about it. You know, this is the kind of stuff that you want to sit around on a comic convention floor while you're waiting in line, debating with somebody. You know, is the Superman suit valid or not? Which suit's better? Why or why not? You know, I mean, that's going to be the debate now. Classic versus current. Which Superman suit is it? Then when you get into the classic, which version of the classic? You know, where do you like more, you know, the golden age stuff? Do you like, you know, more modern age? You know, where what point in time does the Superman suit really stand out for you? Longer cape, shorter cape? Who knows? I don't know. That's geeky kind of. I'm looking at this. I've got this metal Superman thing. One of my friends got it for me. It's really, really cool. It's kind of an iconic pose of Superman. It looks a lot like a Kurt Swan version of Superman. It's on metal. It's on tin. Of some sort. I've got a Batman one right above it. And it looks very 70s in its look. But the cape's shorter, I noticed. You know, shorter than some of the versions I've seen. And I always like, as the years went on, we got that little bit longer wraparound cape, where you had a lot of those sequences where his cape would wrap around Lois even. I don't know, I kind of geeked out at that kind of stuff. I don't know. So, I mean, there's different variations of the Superman suit throughout the years that I've really dug and enjoyed. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a great conversation point, and I'm glad you called in on it, you know, because I think it's something. Not just now. What'll be more interesting is a year from now. How do we feel about the new Superman suit? I think that's where it really will be. You know, after we've seen in Action Comics, the origin. Because I think that's where it's going to be. I'm assuming the origin of the Superman suit's going to be in Action Comics. And when we see him for the first time don it there, how are we going to feel then?
Hey, Sean and Jim, this is Jamie Dunst, JD74 on the boards. I had 3 books that I read today that I wanted to rage about. The first one was Batgirl number 4. This was just a really, really good book. I really enjoyed the outcome between Batgirl and Mirror. I love the beginning part with her dream, where she's kind of arguing with herself. I thought that was really cool. I'm really liking the roommate a lot more. We didn't get a whole lot of her, and them opening up to each other was pretty interesting, and I'm hoping to see more of her. And the last page of this book was really amazing. I mean, other than like flashbacks to like old stories, like Legends of the Dark Knight or like old past stories, I don't think we really had a lot of stuff dealt with it when it comes to Barbara's mom. So that should be an interesting story to delve into. So I'm looking forward to that. The next book I want to talk about is Green Lantern number 4. I don't know what else to say. I think Jeff Johns has a big man crush on Sinestro. This was a really, really good Sinestro story. I love seeing him interact with his people and to see the regret, like how he really wanted to do something good for his people, even though it wound up, backfiring. And I really loved how, when Hal was losing his power, the last contract he made was with Carol. I thought that was a really cool moment. I hope it really worked out for those 2 wacky kids. Other than that, I mean, the story was just great. The art was beautiful, and it looks like Sinestro's got his hands full looking at that last page. And then the last book I want to talk about is Batman and Robin number 4. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Peter Tomasi and Patrick Gleason are the dynamic duo. They do incredible stuff when they are paired together, and this book was amazing. I loved how Batman escaped nobody, and I just love the conversation that Bruce and Damian have. It's a real father-son, conflict, and it was just a really cool and intense conversation. And I love the best part about this book, I thought, was at the end, where you have Damian talking to his grandparents' grave, and you see these lightning bugs, and he kills one and wipes the glow stuff on his hand, and you see that for a while, and after he talks to nobody, and he looks at the glow, the light, the lighting in the last two panels really give a foreshadowing to what Damian might do in the next issue, about whether they're going to stay with Bruce or go to nobody. I'm really liking this character development, and while I feel like this is a story we've seen before with nobody, questioning Bruce's methods about not killing, again, Gleason and Tomasi are doing such a great job with the story that it feels almost like a new story, like a new type way of telling it. So I'm loving it, and that's about it. I've been enjoying the heck out of everything I've been reading DC, and I just love everything about it. And one quick thing, I want to know about your thoughts on the ending of Tiny Titans. For me, I'm pretty sad about this. So I'm glad we're getting the Superman family stuff that Art and Frank are doing, but I will miss Tiny Titans. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that. All right, guys, talk to you later. Bye.
Superman family softened the sting for me. I will say this, one of the things that I really enjoy about their work in general is I'm enjoying everything that they do. I'm loving their work on Young Justice right now. I've loved Tiny Titans. I can't wait to see more. Actually, their new Green Lantern issue was really cool, too, that they just did. I can't wait to see more of their work. Superman family is going to be terrific. Patrick the Wolf Boy, I can't recommend enough by them. For me, what's really a true joy and what I've really enjoyed about Tiny Titans is I've been enjoying reading it every month. There's a lot of inside gags for longtime DC fans. But what's amazed me is with all those gags in there, with all those inside jokes and everything, how accessible it is for kids. And I've really enjoyed over lunch with my students talking about Tiny Titans, seeing them draw the characters of Tiny Titans, seeing them draw their Patrick the Wolf Boy. But let me stick to Tiny Titans for right now because that's what he's asking about. And Tiny Titans has been one of those books that's been really special to see my kids drawing a lot of these great DC characters and just really having a great time with them. So that is a book I'm going to be very sad to see go. Again, like I said, though, the sting is softened because now that will be replaced with Superman Family and having that book take that place. Because I know it's going to be just as good because these guys are talented and they just know how to put these books together and make them accessible for me as an adult. They got that Pixar thing going. And that's really the most sincere compliment I can give them. I adore Pixar movies. And one of the things I love about them is because for me, myself, I will see Pixar movies myself. I love watching them with my niece and nephews and just having a really good time with them. I love watching them with my wife. You know, they're movies that are just universally accessible to everybody. And they really understand the concept of all ages. And I really encourage anybody listening to, if you never picked up Tiny Titans, pick up that book. I know Jim picks up multiple copies. He picks them up for himself, but then also gives them to family members. And a book that drives you to do that, says a lot. Something about a quality of a book that you're actually doing that. Jim buys multiple copies just to give them out because he thinks that highly of it. So it's something, if you haven't checked it out and you've kind of dismissed it as all ages material, I don't know if I can fit that in, do yourself a favor and pick up a trade of it. I honestly would recommend a trade now because, wow, all the great material you can get in a trade at such an amazing price. I would pick up the first trade of Tiny Titans if you haven't checked it out and really see what you've been missing. It's a cool book. And that's really the most sincere compliment I can give to it. And if you like their material, try some of their other work, their current stuff. Support them. Because these are guys who are going to do big things. They're already doing big things. In my eyes, they're already doing big things. So, I just think they're going to be names that, 10 years from now, we're still going to be talking about. and I don't know, just cool work. And that's kind of my take on it. As far as, he was talking about things like Batgirl, I can't speak highly enough of Batgirl. That Mirror storyline was absolutely terrific. I love psychological thrillers, but I love them when they come from like personal victories or even personal traumas and things that you're still going through. We all have those little things about us, those scars that we have. Some of them are deep, some of them are surface. But there's always those things that certain situations will pull you in. It can be bullying from your childhood. It can be, an ailment that you went through. It can be a handicap that you have. And none of them compare. None of us can compare them to each other, but they're scars. They're things that they're personal. They're very deep. And I love stories where creators can get to the core of that personal element of a character. I just connect to that. I haven't been in a wheelchair. I can't pretend to understand what that's like. And I would argue that no two people who've been in a wheelchair can actually compare it because each experience is different. That's different for each person. I just think that story, I'm a big fan of Gail Simone's work because her stories connect with me. The vulnerability and the scars she pulls out in the characters, I think they are something, though, even though we can't directly compare those experiences like we've been through them ourselves, we know what it's like to have scars and to have those scars wound us and to have to deal with trying to fight past those scars. And there's something about seeing these heroes do it in these situations that somehow make us stronger and make us want to do that when we encounter them. I don't know. There's, when I have a bad day at work and I read a book like that, there's something about that energizes, makes me go, you know what? Life isn't so bad. When you can be, and life really is good. And that's one of the things I really like about comics is, they make me objective about life and make me quit complaining and whining and moaning and make me want to get back the next day and really look at the things that are worth living. Because, Barbara Gordon's one of those characters that does that. She somehow finds the bright spot in all the darkness she's been through. And I love that about her. She is one of those people that kind of, cheers you up and peps you up and rally cries you to stop pissing and moaning and see life for what it really is and all the good things in your job and in your personal life and all that type of stuff, all the things we really should try to latch onto and see the best of. So I don't know, that kind of stuff really hits for me. As far as the Hal and Carol thing, I loved that in Green Lantern. I'm a big fan of the love story. That's something I'm really looking for right now in the new DCU. I'm waiting to see where the big love story is going to start. The one that I really want to latch onto. And this Hal and Carol one really has been well developed. I want to follow this. You said it before, I hope these two kids get together. I do too. I'm into that. That's really being well written right now. His love for Sinestro, you're right, is insane. And I love it. It's interesting to see. I still feel like Sinestro's a bad guy. It's such an interesting gray area, though, because I have such sympathy for him. I'm going to be curious at the end of all this what his relationship with Hal is going to be like. Is this going to be the redemption of Sinestro, or are we going to see a Sinestro who finally, shows his true colors? How is this going to all play out at the end? I don't know. I love that this character is really, for me, the truest of true gray areas right now, almost to the point where I think he is coming to a little bit of the light side. Here's the question with those type of situations. When you're looking for redemption or, there's regret, maybe regret's the better word. I think regret's the word that you used. When you regret something happening to you like that, and the people around you start to see that, is that something when there's so much vengeance in their hearts, can they ever find a way to forgive you, to understand you? Will his people ever see what he was really trying to do? And is there ever any justification for what he did? I don't know. That's an interesting conundrum. And it's something that I really am enjoying about the current Green Lantern exploration. I'm a Hal fan. And Hal's really my main guy, which that's why I need those Carol Ferris moments so much with Hal, when he's doing those things, because I do need some focus on Hal in this as well. But I gotta say how much I'm really digging Sinestro as a spotlight character. He's actually taken the place of, John Stewart in this book was, I thought, a great teammate for Hal in the issues where the two of them teamed up, and we got to see some spotlights on John Stewart in this book. And Sinestro's really, it's funny how Sinestro's taken the leader role and Hal's become kind of the background character in his own book. I'm going to be curious to see how Hal takes the spotlight again, if he takes the spotlight again. I'm assuming he's going to. But the Sinestro story is, which I believe is the title of the story right now, if I'm remembering correctly, it is actually called Sinestro, is something I'm really just thoroughly entertained by. It's a cool book. Now, when we get to the Batman and Robin again, I'm going to say it again. I'm having such trouble deciding, what ranking I would put my Batman books in right now. Because week in, week out, I'll read an issue of Batman and Robin and see some of the amazing development that they're doing with Damian in particular. I so see this kid being such a victim of his environment and the way he was raised, and a dad who wasn't a part of his life, who now is trying to have a positive role. But then this is a dad who, look at all the, like, Bruce is easily dysfunctional. There's no other way about it. So Bruce is trying to provide as much stability as he knows how for his son, to provide guidance to his son in the only way that he knows how. Is he able to reach him? Will he be able to reach him? That's the constant quest of this whole thing. And I love these heartfelt moments where we see Damian, like, the death, we've seen him multiple times kill things in this Batman and Robin, and with no remorse at all. And, to see him start to connect with that on some level, and what is he going to do with regards to Nobody, and how is that going to play out with regards to Batman? I don't know. That to me is gripping. And I love that each book is thematically, when it comes to the whole Batman family, just take it back to all the Bat books. I love the fact that you've got a Batman line right now where Bruce Wayne is featured in so many of the books, but each one of them has a different tone, a different focus. I think that's really given the creators like Tomasi and Gleason, for example, a chance to really develop an area of Batman's world. And that's something that, for me, really has me captivated. I don't feel like anything's disjointed. There's a really great flow in all of these titles because I feel like they're connected and they're part of the same world, but I don't feel like I'm jumping from A to follow Damian over here and his relationship with Bruce over here. That's really focused on in Batman and Robin, and I like this. I mean, this is something editorially and creatively they really need to focus on, keeping these books themed like this, because I really find that the creative teams are really having as much creative freedom, I think, as you can have working with Batman, and really developing stories that are meaningful and are going to have impact and are going to be traded and read from years to come, because people are going to want to just follow the ongoing serial saga of these stories that are being created. So I don't know, this is just really great stuff right now. I don't know that I have I tend to lean a little bit more to Scott Snyder stuff right now, just because I'm a Snyder junkie. But oh my gosh, the Tomasi and Gleason stuff. There's been so many times where I've almost had a tear in my eye reading this stuff when they've done Batman family moments, and that's something. These are characters that, like, since my childhood have meant something to me, and it takes me back to that time, where I wanted to be Robin. You wanted to hang with Batman. And they're developing a Batman that you could see that you would want to hang out with again without losing that toughness that I like about him so much, that believability. So it's really just a good time, a good era to be a Batman fan.
He is called Hawkman. His gauntlets possess awesome powers.
Anyway, Jim, our next book that I want to talk about is Justice League International. Dan Jurgens is the writer, Aaron Lopresti, pencil art, Matt Ryan, ink art, Hi-Fi on colors, David Finch, Richard Friend, and Peter Steigerwald on the cover, Travis Lanham lettering, Rex Ogle is the editor. And this is one, I'm glad we waited till like 4 issues in, and we didn't do it on purpose. It's just been gradually each week we've been going through the New 52 and trying to grab books that we haven't read. And this week we wanted to make our focus on minis, but I also wanted to make sure we talked about Justice League International, because this is a book that I think by issue 4 right now, we've really got a good vibe of the team, their dynamic, what the leadership structure is, the strengths and weaknesses of each of the characters, but they're also starting to gel. And I'm really enjoying this series. It's a nice companion to what we've got. Justice League is obviously the formation of that team. But it's also been clear in appearances that we've seen that the Justice League that we're seeing in the Jim Lee, Jeff Johns run is a team that in present day is now established. People know them. They're publicly renowned. People, are aware who they are. There's a wariness by some people to the Justice League and to superheroes in general. But you've got this team now where it's a government, basically the United Nations, attempt to put together a team that they sanction with people who, yes, they might wear masks, but we know who they are. They have a public face as well. These are not people who are hidden, trying to find a way to have their own little government-sanctioned squad. I love the concept of this and how, in today's day and age, any wrong move by the team can be one that'll break you. Any right move by the team can be one that'll save you, because not everybody in government agrees with having this team. I like this a lot. It's really grown on me. It is one of those I'll have to say it took me a few issues to get a real vibe for the direction it was going into, and that's not a negative on this series. That's part of following an arc. You've got to slowly get into the story. I liked it since issue 1. I like it a lot more with issue 4. I'm really invested in this book now, and it's very good. I'm really enjoying it. Where are you at on this one, though? I'm throwing a lot of my comments about it, though. What is your take on this book, Jim? Has your journey been the same as mine? Are you in the same place?
It's funny because with us in journey being the same, it's not the journey, but the end results is the exact same type of path. I think I got more into the groove a little bit sooner than it sounds like you did. I was right out the gate. I really had a cool idea where I thought this was going to go. I was already thinking off page by the end of issue 1, and for me, when I start thinking off page, that's when I really get a connection to the team, connection where it's going. I think part of my connection was it was just, the whole big question about Booster. Is this the same Booster? Is this a different Booster? Is this the Booster Gold that's the hero, that nobody knows about? Or is this Booster Fool? Which one is it? I think that's the whole question where I kept reading and rereading the stuff, looking at how Batman dealt with him, looking at how the other heroes dealt with it, and it was just that constant thought really got me thinking off page. And then you add into it the political intrigue, the governmental side of it. I was like hooked from day one out the gate into this and really heavily invested in this. And this was JLI was one of those titles that was in my top 10 just because there was so much that I was thinking where this could go. Like there's so much that this thing could do, so many different areas that this could cover. I was really excited for it, and it's something that I agree completely with you. As it's played out, I'm getting even more and more jazzed about it. I'm getting more excited about it because there's so much different things they can do with this. And you think about just how they're making the stories modern day, present day, and you look at our political structure, you look at the international political structure, where in politics, a lot of times, if you don't have immediate positive results, people start thinking, okay, we made a mistake here, we got to change this, we got to tweak it. And people aren't willing just to let it go, let it lay out, see how things play out, because we're talking people's political careers. We're talking what's going to happen to me, if this fails. And I really like seeing that from these political agents where they're like, this isn't working, it's all failing. And this is just really within the span of not even one day that this is all playing out. And they're really already immediately ready to pull the plug, say, no, this failed, this didn't fail, give them a chance, we'll see what happens. I like seeing that, and I like getting that kind of weaselly political vibe from it.
I think the relationship from Guy Gardner and Ice lets us know exactly what is going on with Booster and what hasn't. And let me explain why. They were on a team together, Ice and Guy Gardner, and they had a rich history there. They dated there. This is a Guy Gardner and Ice who've gone out on 1 or 2 dates. They were not on a team together. Justice League International, as we know, it did not happen. A lot of Booster's history, as we know, it did not happen. Now, as far as what kind of Booster is, thematically, I think this is the Booster, the hero. Is he the hero that nobody ever knew? I don't know that happened, and I don't. Just knowing that a lot of the events didn't play out in the DC universe the way that we thought they did, because things have been compressed. We're talking about a 5-year span now. I don't think those things happened to Booster the way that they did in the past. But I think this is a booster who has gone through a maturing, in a sense, in the way that we've seen that happen. I think this is thematically that booster who's ready to step up to the plate. The booster that we've been reading in his book, in that sense, thematically. But I do not think that his entire series happened to him. I do not think that everything that happened before happened to him. And I think it's a lot of the characters surrounding him that are making me feel that way because of the fact that their histories are also so compressed. Guy Gardner especially. Guy Gardner wasn't on a team with Booster. Guy Gardner knows Booster. There's a difference between the two. There is no reference to Justice League International because these guys were not on that team together. This did not happen.
Right.
So that's my take on it. So I do not think he is the hero that people, in the sense that that series, I don't think happened the way that we saw it happen when we read it.
And I completely agree with you that there could be, definitely there isn't as much history between them. This is the first incarnation of the Justice League, the JLI. So they were never on a team. But I do, as I'm reading this, I'm still not 100% convinced that we haven't seen the booster who trained with Rip Hunter. I'm still not 100% convinced. And part of the reasoning is, one, we're not seeing the inner mental dialogue of Booster Gold. We're not seeing him think, oh boy, I don't know what I'm doing. He's giving off this image. People think of him as Booster Fool, as Gardner calls him that, and I do laugh every time Gardner calls him that, but we're not getting his mind's eye. And then we get these moments where Batman is trusting Booster Gold. Now, it could be Batman recognizes that Booster could be this great hero, and that's why he's giving him the chance. Or Batman already knows what Booster's gone through. Batman knows the whole, because how in Booster's series, Batman found out about what's going on with Booster because of the camera, the Joker's camera that came from Killing Joke. Now, who knows how much of Killing Joke, who knows how that happened, how that played out? We don't know exactly in this universe, so there's a lot of unknown questions, but those kind of factors are leading me to believe that the booster we have here is the booster who went through that maturity, who is doing the time traveling stuff, they're just not making it so plain and obvious for the readers that, yes, this is that same, because they want to keep that mystery. They want to keep the unknown. And and it's funny thing is, that's part of my enjoyment, but if I find out that never happened, it wouldn't take anything away from what I'm enjoying. Mm-hmm. This is a cool story. This is a cool version of Booster Gold. He's not a complete idiot. He's not a complete jerk. There is some neat stuff to him. There is some hero moments from him, but there is still some fun, behind the character. So I'm getting the best of both worlds. I'm in a win-win situation right now. If I'm right, and this is the booster that went through the training, that gone through all that stuff, then hoorah. If I'm wrong and that's coming down the pipeline, I'll get to see it told a different way. Maybe in this version, it's going to be Batman who helps him through the stuff, who kind of takes him under the wing and is more of a mentor to him.
Why does it need to be more, I guess what I'm saying, than the fact that this is a booster who has been a hero prior to this? He went through, obviously, the wacky eras where people would question him, and he's matured along the way. Why does it have to be more than that? I guess what I'm saying is, first of all, I agree with you that there is that. I like to do that too, plug the story in. But there's nothing in the story so far in the first 4 issues that has indicated anything from Booster's past with Rip Hunter. There's not a single issue with a reference to that or anything, nor should there be with this new 52. Now, could there be things that have happened off camera with Booster that we don't know about? Absolutely. And I agree with you on that extent. So I'm not contradicting you on that. I guess I don't see, though, that there's anything that I've been reading so far in this series that has made me think that had to have happened. That definitely happened with this guy. All that I've seen, and I'll agree with you on this, is the fact that this is a character who clearly went through the goofy period, which is why Guy Gardner feels the way that he does about him. Although Guy Gardner in and of himself has been through those same things, so it's kind of the pot calling the kettle black, when you think about Guy Gardner's history. So we've got Guy Gardner and Booster having this kind of headbutting, but they weren't on the same team. These are clearly guys who've teamed up together at some point or been in superhero situations together at some point. There is a DC history to these characters that's vague, like you're saying, and I agree with you. And I don't think that all of that happened because of the fact that we know that this universe in and of itself has been compressed. So if everybody else has been compressed, Superman's being rebooted, how could Booster Gold have not been compressed, and how could all of that have possibly happened in that time frame, even with time travel being a factor?
And here's the thing. I completely agree with you on the statement that I haven't read anything that would have a connection or a direct tie. This is, most of my theory is based on the fact of a gut feeling, and it's based on the fact that Dan Jurgens is doing the writing for this. I know how much he enjoys the character and how much he, enjoy, telling that story. So I'm just holding on to the fact that it's him writing this. If this was somebody else, I probably wouldn't be as strongly leaning towards that this is that Booster. But, right now it's more of a gut feeling. It's more of a hunch. It's more of that, my whatnot senses just tingling and telling me there's something here that we're not seeing yet. There's not like hidden clues or anything like that. It's just something that, and it's something I can't even explain. I can't point to say, see this, see this, see this, and it's just something that I feel. And
Gail Simone's writing Batgirl, though, and while I feel that same sense of character progression that I've felt with Barbara Gordon, I still am very well aware of the fact that not everything from Barbara's past obviously can and would have happened because of the time change and compression. Yet I do feel the same themes that she's explored in her own maturing of Barbara Gordon present. I link it more to that type of thing, and that I'm feeling Dan Jurgens is saying that, hey, this is a Booster who has matured, but I don't necessarily feel that everything that happened in Booster Gold's series had to have happened here. I feel that thematically he's saying, hey, I like the idea that this character has matured, that events around him have caused him to mature before. But I also feel like this is a Booster. I'm going to say that if Booster had really gone through everything that happened in Dan Jurgens' Booster Gold series, I think he'd be a lot more confident leading this team than he is. So I'm going to actually argue that Booster's behavior in some of this series has actually shown me that this is a Booster who has not gone through all of that, because of the fact that there's multiple times where he wasn't confident to lead yet. Now, I agree with Batman backing him, because I do think the guy that's being written here is a guy who's ready to lead this team. But I don't think he has the same confidence in that. I think it's the people around him, some of his teammates who are stepping up and saying that they believe in him and they're backing up some of his leadership decisions, that are putting him in that place versus his own events that he's gone through in his past. It's the people surrounding him, which I think is bringing this team together, which is where I'm connecting with the book now. And that's not a knock on the book at all. I've loved the progression to that, where I feel it's the team that is rallying behind this leader versus it being the other way around. I think it's his events and his choices, saving Ice, for example, and doing that tactical withdrawal that he did. Were certain moments where he was ready to throw in the towel, but he had teammates who were sitting there saying, hey, wait a minute, you did the right thing here. We're backing you up. Not everybody,
right,
but some of them are. And I don't know that it's necessarily the events from his past that are driving that, as much as a guy who's just matured. I don't feel he has the confidence. Look at everything he went through in his previous series. I just can't imagine somebody going through all those events and being not quite as confident as this guy is. He's definitely matured, and he's gone through events that have matured him. I just don't find the confidence of the guy who's gone through everything you're talking about, because he did a lot. And adding validity to everything you're talking about with how great that series was and how great the character development was with him, I do agree Dan Jurgens is moving him forward. I just don't see it. And I don't know that I don't necessarily have to, you have to sit there and go, Sean, you're right. I'm just presenting a different perspective on it. I don't know if I'm right or you're right. And I don't know that, I honestly don't know that that really matters. I think what the key to this discussion is, you and I actually care enough that we're trying to place that in some kind of category. And that's a sign of a good series. Whether you're right in the end and it turns out, wow, everything from Booster Gold happened, or I'm right, I don't care either, because you mentioned before you don't care if you're right or wrong on it. And I'm going to go on to that. I'm going to say the same exact thing, because I agree with you on that. I've got my own speculation. I'm trying to find my own evidence because I actually care to bother trying. That's a sign of a good series. So I don't know that there is going to be an end result of this one, because a lot of the things that you and I are both describing are things that aren't spelled out on the page.
Oh, big time. And it's, again, as I said, it's a win-win situation for me. I am getting a really cool story. So if down the line I get a little bit more detail and we find out some more stuff, cool. If we don't, cool. It's, and that's one of the things about a lot of the 52 books. There are questions that we have, but I'm not, so psycho. I'm not so, I must know this right now. It's not taking away from my enjoyment of the book. There's never been a point in time with any of these books where I've had an issue or I've had a question like, I wonder, hey, what about this? It's never made me not enjoy the book. And that's especially something with this that I'm still getting a great Booster Gold character because I really, really enjoyed the way he was by the end of that book. I think part of that may be part of the reason why I'm holding on to this so much because I really enjoyed that character. I really wanted that same person, that same hero who had learned so much, who had grown to be in this title, to be that same person. He became like a friend of mine, and I don't want to lose him. It's that same feelings I have towards Barbara Gordon when she was Oracle. I loved Oracle. I thought that was just a great character, and I want that same strength of character in Batgirl, which I'm still getting, and I'm getting the same strength of character in Booster Gold that I enjoyed. So it's part of it, I think, is just my personal attachment to the past that I want to come forward. But on the other side, I am thinking this would be a really cool story if down the line we learn that it is the same guy, and here's where he actually you can see it. Here's where you can see it. Here's there's these different moments in the book, like there's little hidden Easter eggs that we don't know about yet. I'm thinking maybe down the line we're going to get that, and it's the possibility of that happening. It's kind of really has me holding on to stuff.
So we've relaunched. See, here's my main argument for that. We've relaunched the entire line to only tell everybody that every little bit of continuity from the past happened?
I'm not saying every bit of the continuity in the past happened. I'm saying there's a part of a story about Booster that we don't know yet. We being the readers of the New 52. Now, we have the people in the past, maybe we've seen it. It's like Killing Joke. We know Killing Joke happened. We don't know the details behind it because there's going to be tweaks to it. It's like, the death of Superman. We know the death of Superman happened, but we don't know all of the story behind it. We don't know the little tweaks behind it.
Wait, hold on. Death of Superman, we already know there's definite tweaks that happened.
Right.
John Henry Irons did not become Steel based on the death of Superman.
Right. And Superboy didn't get created because of it. So there are changes.
Lois and Clark were not married during that.
Right. Yeah, there's the same thing with Booster. I'm thinking there's stuff that happened that we don't know yet, but it's based off some of the stuff that happened to him in the past. So do I think page for page happened? No, of course not. There's going to be compressions, there's going to be tweaks, but there is stuff about Booster that we don't know yet that I think we're going to learn. Maybe right now he's in the middle of his Rip Hunter training. Maybe right now he's just starting down the path to be the hero that nobody knows.
Why would this team lead him to be down the path of the hero that nobody knows? I guess I don't see that. He's on a team right now where he is in a position to become a even more public face, arguably, than he ever has been before. And as the figurehead leader, no longer now being the sidekick of Blue Beetle in the background. He's in the forefront. He's the leader. He is the figurehead of this team internationally. So why would that lead to him? I guess that's where you're confusing me. I don't see how that would lead to him becoming the hero that nobody ever knew. That to me seems the exact opposite path to go on if you're going to become the hero that nobody ever knew.
I don't know. And to be honest with you, these are just thoughts that fly through my head. I don't know where a creator could go with it. I think they could. But it's that combination of, would this be cool? What about this? What about that? And it's part of that kind of stuff that it's the off-page thinking that I'm doing on Booster. What if? It's, I don't have definite answers on those. Those are just questions and thoughts and things that fly out of my head. And I find that I'm doing it a lot more on this title than I am doing on other titles. And I started doing it from day one.
See, I'm taking it at face value that right now time travel's off the table because of the fact that we don't want Booster Gold revealing things about DC's past that trap other creators right now.
Right.
So if you start going back and saying Booster Gold series happened, you've now trapped other creators to say that the events that Booster Gold encountered are events that are in DC canon. So now you have to say that those things actually happened because Booster Gold went to those times and did that. So I guess I'm more adamant to the fact that I'm taking completely what they're presenting here with Booster Gold as being at face value, and that he did not do those things. This is a guy who came from the future to the past. He is operating in present day. But I'm taking it as the hero that nobody knew never actually did those things. He's matured in a different way, maybe through his superheroics, maybe through events that have happened during that time. And I agree with you, there's an unknown story to be told there, which would be Dan Jurgens now has a chance, if I'm right, and I could be completely off base on this. This is, again, speculation and assumption. So I could be completely off my rocker on this. And so I'll be willing to put that disclaimer on here. But this does give the writer an opportunity now to show us what did Booster go through that has taken this guy that Guy Gardner has so little respect for and put him in a position where Batman's going to be patting him on the back for the Justice League. What does Batman see in him? What happened that Batman is seeing this in him? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. We're saying different things, but we're saying similar things. There is something going on. I don't know what exactly I fall into that same comment where I'm in a win-win. If I'm completely off and face value is what you get, cool. I get a neat story. I'm getting an enjoyable story. But I still do hold on to there's something else beyond what we're seeing for Booster. It may not be the full-fledged hero that no one knows about. It may not even be the beginning of it. It may be something different. There could be, Plan C out there that I have no idea what it is. But there's something else with Booster, and I like the fact that there is something more to this character than what we're seeing.
And I agree with you 110% on that. There is definitely more to this hero than what we're seeing. And that's something that, we're going to see developed as the series goes on. I guess I am the part you're really baffling me on is this whole the hero that nobody knows kind of thing. This is, to me, the polar opposite of how you would achieve that. He is more in the public eye, arguably, than a lot of the heroes that we're currently seeing in the DC universe, by being a UN-sanctioned hero where they know his name.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You can hide in plain sight. And you can, have this because you think about what the other heroes may start thinking about this UN team. They may think, oh, okay, that's Booster. It can accent, the image he wants people to think about him, that if he is in this public eye, he could actually make himself look more like the character that, no one would think is this, doing stuff on the side. Because here's Booster, public out up front and open and honest. Hey, look at me, I'm Booster Gold, and he's on the UN-sanctioned team. But in reality, he's doing all these other stuff that no one sees. So it's kind of like with, Bruce Wayne doing the Batman Inc., where he's very upfront, very publicly associated and connected with Batman. But in a way, it adds to his protection of his secret identity. If ever anybody looks at any connection, why is Batman in Gotham? Well, it's because Bruce Wayne brought him there. Why does Batman have all these cool toys? Well, it's because Bruce Wayne is financing them. So this could be a great way for Booster to continue operating in the shadows, operating in secrecy while he's up front and open, because everyone will see this UN-sanctioned team, will see Booster in the spotlight, will see Booster doing what Booster's doing, and think that's all he is.
My problem with that is, though, you're reading this like a solo Booster Gold book then instead of a team book. To me, what we're basically saying here is then that Booster's playing the fool for the public face in order to hide the fact that he's doing competent things solo on the side. This team is going to fall apart very fast if he was actually doing that. There isn't going to be much of a Justice League International. They're already looking for reasons to get rid of this team. And not only that, not only is this team going to fall apart, but these people who are following him, they aren't incompetent. They're going to quickly realize that their leader's not worth following if he's doing that. I just don't see that. Like, I loved everything you're saying about the hero who never was. I loved that series. And the concept worked at the time because there was a reason for him to go underground. I don't see the reason here. I think, to me, if anything, him going underground and doing what you're saying would be counterproductive to making this a viable team in the DC universe. Because if he does that, him being the figurehead, it'd be fine if he was the guy in the background and Batman was leading the team. Or, somebody else was leading the team. Anybody else. August General Iron. Anybody. You go through the entire team roster. You have Ice leading the team or Guy Gardner leading the team. And Booster's in the background playing the fool, doing the a la Plastic Man thing, or even doing what he and Blue Beetle did in the background before, but then you found out he was really competent back there. I would buy into all that. But with his placement as the leader of this team, to me, it's not the guy who on the page right now we're seeing, sorry, had to wait for a clear shot. I mean, that moment where you're seeing him there's a confidence there. There's a maturity there in that drawing and that sequence that does show a guy who has progressed through whatever events led him to this point, to the point where this guy now is ready to lead this team. And that's what I'm seeing with him. I'm seeing the progression that I liked in his series here, meaning that he's at that point right now where he could lead Justice League International. And I think Jurgens thematically has put him in this place. I don't know that necessarily everything that happened to him needed to happen before, but I don't need this guy to go under the radar now. I would say just the opposite. This is the time for the guy to shine. I don't want to see him go under the radar and be doing things on the side. This is the time for this guy to shine. So I will argue I would be disappointed to find out that Booster's playing the fool in the beginning of this, because I don't see him playing the fool right now. I see him growing as a leader, and I'm finding that engaging. I'm seeing a guy who is mature to the point where he actually could lead Justice League International. He can make this work. So, okay. And I agree that I agree that there's more to meet the eye here, but I do think that this is a guy that could do that. I don't know. This is a fun book because you and I actually care. Like, think about this. We're talking about a lot of junk, some of which does happen on page, like what we're seeing in those fights with Booster. But then a lot of things that are off the page that we don't know for sure right now, and we actually care. I mean, that's insane. That's a sign of really good, strong character development, story development, the fact that you and I care to have this heavy debate over this.
Oh, definitely. You know, when you start having a connection, and it's when things get personal when you're reading it, that's a sign of really, you know, a great comic and a great process. And just in this, for me, it's not just the writing. It's definitely all credit has to be spread out throughout the entire creative team. Because these are some beautiful artwork, some, you know, wonderful just action sequences that have just boom, 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 boom. You know, it's the layout of when Batman and Booster are getting smothered by these little rock creatures. It was just a constant building, and you see them bashing away, fighting away, punching away, using grappling, blasting, trying to just keep their head above water, and they finally get caught up in the goop. I thought that was just a great, just, you know, that constant, you know, churning and just going against all odds. I thought that, you know, for me was a really cool moment. And it's these moments that I'm seeing on the page that does get me thinking off page. But, you know, then it draws you right back to what we're seeing, you know, right in front of you. So it's weird because you said earlier that I'm kind of looking at this, you know, describing it as if it's a Booster solo book, but and in a way, yes, but in a way, it is the dynamic of the team that has me really also excited about it, because I want to see what's going to happen to Guy here. I want to see what's going to happen with the other team. And, you know, where is this going to go? Will the team gel? Will there be more changes within the roster?
And I agree with you 110% on that. I actually really am invested in the whole team. Like, I like seeing what's going on with August General on Irons and Rocket Red. I like the relationship, like, from Brightest Day that we saw starting to form between Fire and Rocket Red being reintroduced here. Mm-hmm. You know, kind of from the start, ground level.
Yeah.
Ice, seeing her, you know, brought in and seeing her relationship with Guy. Where is that going to go? Is there going to be a relation? Godiva having to be, instead of being this one looking for, like, the next Hollywood minute. See, and she's more and more convincing me that Booster has grown. Booster is more mature now. Because she's kind of in that kind of outward face mode that Booster's no longer in. You know, in the way that she's looking for the guy who's going to be the one that can get her more TV time, can get her more notice, can get her, you know, like Booster seems to be the guy to latch on to for her to, you know, go to the top, so to speak. And yet I like Batman's conversations with her that have made her step it up in this battle. You know, saying, hey, you can't keep standing off to the side. You need to get involved in all this. And her team is actually addressing that with her. And seeing her do that and seeing those moments where she stands up. This is a team that's gelling together, and I like everybody in those moments because of it. But she actually has also convinced me of Booster's maturity. And, like she's constantly swarming herself around him and trying to find moments, like when he did the force field around her in that one issue, and she was sitting there saying, oh, well, his uniform's really tight and all that kind of stuff, and he's clearly keeping her close to keep her safe. It's not the same feeling there. But I love that, like, moment where she's trying a little too hard, and I see my personal feeling is a younger Booster, a Booster that has not been through a maturing. I'm not saying every event, I'm saying a maturing would not have done that, would not have pushed her away. That would have been, hey, look at this girl all over me, hey, yeah. Double guns. He's not in that place. Yeah. This is a guy who's ready to lead this team. He's got that maturity. He's in that spot. He's in this zone now, not playing some other card over to the right. He may have done some card playing in the past, but I don't see him doing that here and now. It's his role's different. I guess that's what's convincing me is, little moments like that with Godiva. And what they're fighting right now, they're in real danger if anybody on this team right now. And we've seen it. The members of this team who are not fully present and not fully on their A game are right now being overwhelmed because of the Signalmen and this Paraxis guy, who I like. I really like that. I love that these creatures, these giant creatures he find, were not his. It happened to be a coincidence, but he's taking advantage of that opportunity, and he's looking at these guys as, hey, they're going to tear your world apart, and I'm going to be able to come back at my leisure and get the scrap. I'm going to be able to search for the resources. I'm going to be able to mine those out. Who cares about the people? You're useless to me. Your money, your things that are, your material possessions that are important to you, irrelevant to me. It's what's under the surface of your planet that I'm going to carve up, and like insects, you're just going to drift out into space, and we're going to be done with you. And that's that. And that's his whole goal. I loved it. I mean, and the motivation makes sense. Not saying forget the moral justification of what he's doing, destroying a race, but, you take a look at our society and our reliance on natural resources and things like that. What would we do if we came across a planet that could instantly make our world richer? Think about our world. What would we do? If anything, we'd be fighting to try and get those resources. I hate to say it. I would like to think that we would build peaceful relationships and stuff like that. I don't know what we'd do.
Well, you think in the real world right now, they have that other Earth-type planet, that they've discovered. The Earth-2 that they've just discovered. I can't remember which star it is now, but there is out there. They have something that they think could be Earth-based. And as soon as they announced that, there was already news people. There were already people speculating, hey, is this something, what would be the viable option for us to move to that planet? And then I even heard, jokes and just various comedic, stuff about the fact that, hey, we've trashed this world, let's go trash that other one. And already thinking that maybe this is something we could use. We can just take it over and move there and just leave this discarded, wreck for nothing. And it's already been in... this is, granted, right now we couldn't do it. We don't have the tech for it, but people are already thinking that way. And maybe they're thinking it just as a joke, but out there are people who are honestly thinking, hey, this could be another planet. We could start fresh there instead of having, we start with the nuclear, we start with the cleaner energies over there. Who knows? Let's try this experiment and try to, leave this world behind and go to something completely different. And it's kind of a scary thought if our first thought is, hey, we can just, forget trying to fix Earth. Let's go to New Earth and take over there.
Well, the beauty of this guy is it brings to attention the fact that here's what would happen. You'd have people from our side that you'd have the environment. Let's go this way. You'd have the environmentalists who are over on this side. You'd have people in the middle that kind of see both sides of the equation. And then there's all kinds of full spectrum in between, but I'm just going to go 3 different categories. So you have that middle ground. Then you have the people over to the extreme that just don't care. That are going to be like, wow, this is another opportunity just to mine. I won't be alive, and my children and their children won't be alive long enough for us to do enough damage to that planet. I just don't care.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to have, and then, like I said, you're going to have different avenues in between. This guy brings that to light, and the timing of this type of character in the comic, because of just what you're saying, is brilliant.
Yes.
Because it's a real thing we're facing. I mean, not in the sense that we're, like you said, ready to head over there, especially when our space program has been basically
dismantled.
We've got to go up with other countries in order to get to outer space. I got a question if, with that discovery, if that's not going to change some of that, though, eventually. Like, are we going to let other countries get there first? I don't know.
Yeah, that could be a lengthy discussion. That the whatnots and the unknowns of space travel and just where we're going with it is, and it's funny that this character, who this is a nice villain. This is our first introduction to him, but just from the introduction, just from the beginning of these couple pages, we already are starting to think outside the box and starting to think other things, and it's pulling in us to go into tangents into the real world. And it's, again, this is a realistic character. I understand his motivation. I understand what he's behind him. He's this alien who's got some serious energy level weapons that's holding off and defeating a Green Lantern. And it's not even a scrub Green Lantern. This is Guy Gardner, who can throw down. And this whole character that shouldn't be having the associated realistic immediately has it in there because we have a connection to him, because we have this immediate initial upfront just realization and connection to him, that it's making this story that much better. And it's a creative process that has me really excited about JLI and where they're going with this and what they're going to do with this and what is going to happen in the future. If this is our opening story arc, this is our opening salvo, what's going to happen next? And that's the kind of stuff that keeps me locked into a title, that keeps it in my top 10, that makes it one of those popular books for me.
Is there a love triangle that's going to form between Booster, Ice, and Guy Gardner? He seems not as he should as a leader, but every time she gets hurt, he's there. Like rushing, Tora, rushing to her aid. He pulled the team back for her. I do think he would do it for other members of the team too, so I'm not saying that, but I'm wondering, is there going to be a relationship that develops out of this where Booster and Guy are going to have rivalry for more than one reason?
I didn't actually think that way, to be honest with you. When I was reading it, I didn't think, this could be a potential, love triangle. But to be honest, as you're talking about it, it could happen. I don't know. For some reason, I just didn't think that kind of stuff was going to happen.
But think of the amount of times that he shouted out for her. When has he done it for anybody else?
True. And as I said, as you're talking about it, I'm like, this could actually happen.
And I'm not saying, and wait, now let me back you up and say there hasn't been anything to indicate a love interest here. I'm just sitting there looking at that. I'm like saying there is an opportunity there to show, like, she has to be noticing that. She already is, that this is a leader who has pulled the team back to protect her, on more than one, well, not more than one occasion, but, at least shown major concern with her on more than one occasion. What's going to happen in that? And she's obviously shown that she's not locked in with Guy because they've only gone out a couple of times.
Right.
So it'd be interesting to see what happens. And these are two guys that don't need any help having a rivalry with each other. I don't know. Yet you can see with both of them that they're both two characters that have gone through a similar journey in that they were sort of a joke before, or not, Guy was brash, hard to deal with, and in many ways, he became a joke because of that, just because of his personality. And Booster had that same problem. So now you see these two guys, they've more matured. And I really like that. I like that thematically, whatever happened in both's past, whatever happened in Booster's past, taking it back to our conversation before, whatever that looks like, however that's spelled out for us at any level, I don't care. As much as I care about the fact in both characters' cases in this new 52, they've both had some elements of happenings in their life that have matured them to the point that they're these characters we're reading right now. I really like the makeup of this team. I like what's happening here with this Paraxis where, it's all about let me hold these heroes up so I can start the process right now. And then, did he vanish there after he started the process?
Yeah, he doesn't need to be there. He just wants the world destroyed. So he's back up on his ship.
Right.
And once the planet's destroyed, he can just take care of his his business then.
So they have to stop these 4 creatures.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it looks like the process is one of those where they're not going to be able to hack the computer and do it. They're going to have to figure out a way to take out all 4 of these items.
This is really cool. I mean, and the conclusion's next issues. We're actually going to see how this plays out. You know what I really love about this series, and one of the reasons why I'm glad that we waited to talk about it in this issue, I've liked it all along, but it's had a great build of, like, kind of, one of the things I enjoy about certain books that are written in chapters is you got the prologue, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. Now we're into, next issue is going to be the 4th, coup de grace chapter of this storyline. I'm so ready to see this chapter play out. Like, I've loved the build of this. I care about the team members right now. I'm like punching my fist together like anybody can see them, just because I'm like so into seeing where this team's going to go, which is really an important thing when you're showing us this new series. I'm very curious to see. This had to have been, I guess, spinning out to a certain extent to the happenings of Brightest Day, right? Because Batman kind of helped push this. Is that right?
Yeah. That's the thing. What actually happened? And it's always, it's funny because did the events of Brightest Day happen? Well, this is the initial beginnings of JLI, so that leads me to believe, the Justice League Generation Lost didn't actually happen.
But, yes, I don't know. How did those events play? So, I think to a certain extent, certain elements had to happen. I don't know. I don't really care. You said it the best before. I have these questions, but I don't care if I know right now. I'm enjoying the story, and I'm enjoying finding out as I go along. I think it's one of the reasons why, though, I'm so open-ended to say that I don't think, because of the fact that you're right, Generation Lost couldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Well, the events could have happened. They each could have had a common thread as to why Max Lord was after them, if that happened.
Well, did Max Lord even die?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the Wonder Woman we're seeing isn't the same Wonder Woman who, killed Max Lord.
How do we know that?
Well, I'm guessing. I'm guessing and I'm assuming.
Right.
Yeah. But, there's so many, and it's, I don't know what, that's why I think some events happened, but they happened differently. Maybe that was the initial team up between Guy Gardner and Booster Gold and Ice, and maybe that was their initial connection. But, what about Blue Beetle? What about, how did he die? What about Final Crisis? What about Identity Crisis? What about all the different crises and events that occurred? Did they occur?
Did Blue Beetle exist?
Right. What is there a Ted Cord?
Right.
Was he Blue Beetle, or is there Ted Cord out there and he's still Ted Cord and he never became Blue Beetle? There are a lot of unanswered questions, but none of the unanswered questions take anything away from this book.
No. If
you sit down and you read it and you just sit there, you're getting a great story. Now, when you start thinking off page, this could happen, this could happen, this could happen, for me, that adds to the excitement and the anticipation. Maybe we're going to get something out of it. But nothing takes away from it. And I think that is the sign of a really cool crafted story, that there could be so many things out there that are hanging and dangling that we don't know about, but it doesn't affect what I'm reading. It doesn't take away from anything. It only adds to possible future occurrences.
I really like Batman in this. I think I love the way he's utilized, and I love that he's not the end-all, cure-all, fix-all. I love that he's encouraging. He's a good team member. He's, the strategist type of character that I always liked him being in Justice League. But at the same time, he's letting these other people do their jobs. He's, a little wink and a nudge, a nod, in the right direction, an encouraging word, or, something, to kind of make somebody to get off their butt and start doing what they're supposed to do. All of those elements, to me, I think are just absolutely terrific. They're what I love about Batman.
Yeah.
And he's just being really well utilized here. This is a great example of why he would be on this team and why he'd be a good person in this role. And I'm really digging Batman in general right now in the DC universe, because there's, again, a consistency to his appearances in all of the titles.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just, as a Batman junkie, I'm thrilled that I'm not feeling. Are you feeling over inundated with Batman? I'm not, but are you?
No, I'm not feeling it. And it was something actually going into this, the whole universe, I was worried about. I was worried that might happen. And right now, I can tell you, I'm agreeing. Everything you're saying about Batman, I'm agreeing with. 100% love his usage in this. This Batman feels like the same Batman in his titles. It's, it's the same character, the same style. And the fact that he's here and there makes perfect sense. And there's no thing, I'm not sitting there going, really? Come on. Really, you got to have him on this team as well? Couldn't you put somebody else? Never entered my head. And that's something I was really glad. And that was when everything was announced, I do have to admit, I was concerned about that. I was worried that maybe we would have too much Batman out there. Well, too much Batman's never enough. This works great for me, and I'm really enjoying his parts in this.
Yeah, it doesn't feel forced to me at all, which is something I'm really digging. It's a good book.
Nothing like the handy-dandy electro claw for carving through metal doors.
Hey there, guys. It's Don Sanderson again. I was just listening to 283 and kind of wanted to touch base a little bit on Sean's comments about his loving Arkham City. I have been playing the game now for about 2 months, I think. I've already beat the game, got to the end, and I have spent the better part of a month just searching for all of the Riddler trophies and additional things that you have to find to actually complete the game, plus all the side games. Not to spoil it, I certainly am not going to tell you what happens at the end, but Sean, you were just mentioning, you're excited about the interaction with Alfred and your ability to play as Catwoman, and you've encountered the Penguin, the Two-Face so far. Let me tell you, you're going to encounter in this Zaz, Mr. Freeze, Ra's al Ghul, and some of these side missions are just amazingly fun. The Riddler side missions called Enigmas, Conundrums, really challenging and fun. I found the hardest thing for me to master at this point has been either using the remote control Batarang and steering it accurately with the control set, or learning how to glide and bounce off the Riddler pads on the sides of buildings. A lot of these Riddler trophies that you have to collect, you can't open the cage they're in unless you bounce off of 3 pads on the side of buildings. I've yet to even really play as Catwoman, except I tried it once I downloaded her engine or whatever to play as her. I did go into the courthouse and fight. I basically did challenge games, and it was pretty cool to see her being all acrobatic and using her whip and stuff. But just a lot of fun. And also, Sean, you will encounter Oracle. You will also encounter Robin. So this is just the greatest game ever. I play it every day, probably to my wife's chagrin. But every day I come home and I spend at least 45 minutes on it or more. Some days I spend 3 or 4 hours on it. This is a game you could literally play for 6 months probably and not find everything there is. I just wish that DC would do us a favor and make style games with every hero. I played the Green Lantern game, not as impressed as with the Batman games. I think a Flash game would be really killer. The Green Arrow game would be really killer. Certainly a Superman game that was more in the lines of this, or a Justice League game where you could pick what hero you were going to play instead of a DCU game where you have to pick and create your own hero that's not one of the DC, mainstays. I think that would be something that I would probably, if I got a Justice League game like that, I would hermitize myself. Never work, never socialize, which is probably what Jim's a little worried about. But anyway, hey guys, it's the 15th of December. I will not be calling you again before Christmas. I wish you both a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Thanks for everything you guys do. To all your listeners out there, Merry Christmas as well. Happy Hanukkah. Happy holidays for all of you folks with alternative beliefs, and we'll talk to you later. Take care.
The first game was so amazing, and to have a game that the sequel delivers so much more. Deadshot's also in this game, and I don't want to reveal, like Don, other than to say that there are so many villains and heroes that appear in this. And the heroes, I should say, it's Batman's extended family who appear in the game. Nightwing's available as download content, and Robin is also part of download content besides being in the main game. They have these cool missions outside of the game where they're combat missions where you can earn, through doing different tasks in stealth mode, you can kind of like sneak around, you can earn all these extra trophies and stars and things just for like taking down different combatants in different ways and different the game world is so huge that you can take different areas of it and turn them quickly into arenas and have fun just playing as these characters, playing as Robin, playing as Catwoman, and playing as Nightwing, as well as playing as Batman. In those sequences, each character has different weapons, and they have different abilities. Some of them are the same because, obviously Batman, Robin, and Nightwing are in the Bat family, and some of them operate similarly. But they all have different gadgets and gizmos and fighting styles based on the way that you would actually expect that character to fight differently in the comics. Like Nightwing has the Eskrima sticks, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. And Red Robin has his staff and all the things you would expect from Red Robin. I don't know, it's just really cool stuff. It's great. In the game, I've actually beaten the game now. I'm going on all the Riddler trophies. I think I've done everything with every extended villain that you can except for the Riddler. I'm on for the Riddler, and I'll try to keep this as vague as possible just to let people who are interested and who've been playing the game know where I'm at. I'm hunting Riddler trophies now as both Catwoman and Batman. So I'm keep flip-flopping back and forth. I'm at the point where I'm at the last Riddler person. He's got hostages. I'm on the last hostage. So we'll see where that goes. Characters like Bane have appeared in the game. There's just so many just terrific characters. I'm with Don. I can't stop playing this game. When you're done, the game opens up this plus mode, which is you can play the game again. You have all the gadgets that you've unlocked in the game, but it's now a harder difficulty. And there's all kinds of extra challenges where you need all the extra gadgets. Don was talking about the Riddler challenges in the game. It's great because there's actual reasons to learn how to use all the gadgets and all of the combat moves that Batman uses in the games, including his things like his trademark, flying cape, floating cape, I should say, gliding cape. It's really great how the game rewards you for learning how to be Batman in it. And the moves are very fluid. I'm playing the PC version. I'm absolutely adoring it. I've heard the console version's virtually identical. It's great that all of these different versions of it are just getting great reviews. I do know, to touch on what Don's saying, we are seeing Warner Brothers Games make more games now. They have a whole game studio. I know Rocksteady, they've acquired the company that made the Arkham City game and Arkham Asylum game. So that means we will be getting more out of that studio, which I'm guaranteeing another Batman game. But it'd be curious to see where they go from here. I heard rumblings of a Suicide Squad game. I think that was from Jim Lee or Jeff Johns. I think it was Jim Lee at one of the conventions had mentioned something like that. I haven't heard anything since. I just got a Superman game on my iPad that I thought was pretty fun. It's a side scroller, kind of a touch thing. It's more of a casual game, but it's a very fun Superman game. I'm just glad to see more of the properties of DC being developed into games that are interesting and fun. I want more. I'm with you. I would love to see more done the way this Batman game's done. I would love to see a Justice League style game, like you said. And I think we're going to see stuff like that if they continue to be successful, because why wouldn't they branch off from this and selectively pick characters? I think we're going to see, especially with Superman being developed, there's got to be a Superman game in early development. You would have to think. I honestly hope that they don't necessarily feel that they have to develop it along with a movie storyline. I like that Arkham City has an original storyline. I'd like to see more of these DC properties being things that people can jump to outside the movie or outside comics or outside television or, just being a fan when they were a kid. And everybody's at the ground floor with it. Whatever your interest is in these characters, you're going to feel immediate familiarity because the game was developed right and the character feels accessible. I like it better that they don't have to be this insanely close tie-in to any particular property. Arkham City has its own continuity. I think a comic fan feels immediately familiar there. I think a film fan can feel immediately familiar there. I think it's great.
Hey guys, John Sanderson again. One last thing, and I'm sorry I lied when telling you I wasn't going to call back. Anyway, there's only one thing that I don't like about Arkham City, and that is there's a lot of cursing in it. I have young neighbors that are, the kids of my neighbors who are great kids and love Batman, and I'd love to have them come over and play the game, and they're really excited about playing the game, but I have to turn the volume completely down because the criminals in Arkham City are pretty much cursing nonstop. They haven't dropped any F-bombs yet, or the S word, but pretty much everything else is in there every other minute. So for those people that have kids that they're interested in getting this game for, you might want to check it out or reconsider, which is kind of a shame because I think it would be great if it was user-friendly for everybody. But anyway, that's all. Take care.
I don't have too much to add to what Don said other than to say that's just a great recommendation. Remember that it's a mature game, and it's something that if you're thinking of kids for this game, please make sure to download the demo first. There's some really deep psychological sequences in this as well that I go beyond the dialogue that I would be real careful with kids as well. I do think Don's right with the volume off. It's a different game, but it would definitely be something that you really want to make sure, because there's this phone call sequence with Zaz that I'm thinking of in particular that can get really creepy if you're listening to what this guy's doing dialogue-wise. Don't ignore the rating on it because it's a Batman game. It's got a rating for a reason, and the rating's right. It's an appropriate rating for the game. It is something that you definitely want to check out. I'd actually be curious to see if they take this game engine at some point and modify it for a Superman game, for example. What it'd be like. I think it's a great game engine. I love the game, Arkham City. It's definitely made for a certain age audience. I'd love to see, though, if they could adapt this to different age groups. I'm maybe not necessarily with this series, because I think, this is going to at least be a trilogy of Batman games that are done like this. And I'd love to see, hey, what else can we do with this? It'd be kind of cool. I think, there's characters like Superman, maybe even Blue Beetle, because the flight mechanics are there. So it is a game engine that I see as being adaptable. Batman's shooting up and down from different altitudes very smoothly. So flight mechanics on certain characters would easily, and hovering mechanics, for example, could easily be maintained in this environment. So I'd love to see, that then it's just a matter of altering the world, altering, some of the physics as far as for weaponry and blasts. And so they've got a game engine there. Obviously, that stuff takes, I'm not poo-pooing that, it takes a lot of time to put all that into there. But the one thing I really like is you've got a solid, as Don's mentioning, a solid game engine here that could really be adaptable to bringing different comic book superhero storytelling to an interactive level. And I love this. I mean, I love running around as Batman. One of my all-time favorite characters in any media. So I'd love to see, more being adapted with this. I don't know, it's just kind of cool. So thanks again, Don, for calling back on that one. That's really a good recommendation for our listeners who maybe, aren't regular gamers and don't realize that this is a more mature game.
Hi, Sean and Jim. This is Mike from Boston. I'm Lumbosco on the forums. Just calling to let you know about my first two casualties from the New 52 relaunch. I've dropped two books after giving them a chance for a couple months. I dropped Mr. Terrific and The Fury of Firestorm. I dropped Mr. Terrific because I don't think the writing was very good. It seemed like every solution to any of the problems in the issues were, just use the T-spheres. T-spheres will take care of everything. It's kind of getting away from what I liked about the character in the old JSA series, which is why I picked up his solo series. I thought the art was fine, but yeah, just the writing just wasn't doing it for me. And then as far as the Fury of Firestorm goes, I dropped that because, well, the first couple of issues, they seem to be really violent, and I don't have a problem with violence, but it was just sort of violent for violence sake, and the story, it seemed like you really needed to know a lot about Firestorm before, or just science in general, and it was kind of confusing for me. And I guess this week I heard that Gail Simone is off the book now as one of the co-writers, and to be honest, she was probably the reason I subscribed to the series in the first place, although I did like Firestorm during Blackest Night, Brightest Day, that whole thing. So I just wanted to let you know about a couple of the books I've dropped. All the other books in New 52 that I've subscribed to, I'm enjoying quite a bit. And I really enjoy the podcast. Thank you so much for taking the time, and hope your computer problems are solved. Okay. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye.
I would love a follow-up from you on, like, what are a couple books that are surprising you that you're keeping? Like, are there a couple books that you're like at the beginning, I'm going to give this book a shot, and I was, surprised, and here's why this book engaged me. I always like that balance. It's funny when you talk about the two books that you're dropping, they're two interesting titles because I'm in an interesting place with both of those books. I'm really enjoying Mr. Terrific right now, but I feel it's a book that's building for me. I'm getting to know Mr. Terrific. This is a Mr. Terrific who hasn't had the benefit of having, the Justice Society history that I liked so much, that was kind of driving this character. I like that there was that legacy there. Now, what I think is going to happen with this guy, and I think the direction that the creative team's going in with him is, we're gradually seeing him on his own develop into that character. But that's something we're going to have to see storytelling-wise how he gets there. How does a guy who his foundation was so based on a legacy become that same man without that legacy there? What is it that has to happen in his life for this to happen for him? And I think that's what's going to happen with him. I think if you're going to start a title like Mr. Terrific, you have to be a fan of Mr. Terrific. So I'm having a little confidence right now this creative team is a fan of the character and the character concept and is going to guide us there. Because I feel that's where the journey's going. So, this isn't something I'm like pulling out of thin air. For me, that's what's lynching me into that book. I'm feeling him gradually build to the guy that I know and love. And I've got to follow that journey because he hasn't had the benefit of the JSA. So I'm curious to see what Mr. Terrific's going to be like as time goes on. Fury of Firestorm. It's funny when you talked about the violence, because Jim actually talks about on the show a lot of times about his skepticism about, is it shocking just for shocking? Is it violence just for violence? And this is just in books in general. He'll bring up, those type of things. And for Firestorm, one of the things that I really liked, a lot of times when you've got these scientists that create this access to these power sources that we see in comics, it's not often explored what would happen if this was something where governments start getting word of this, mercenary organizations, where there's money and power to be derived from this, worldwide power to be derived from this. This is a reaction that can really change the world. I do know for one of the things that I've read in interviews about Firestorm, and it was something Gail Simone actually said, was that these guys don't yet know the kind of power levels they're tapping into, the kind of changes to the world they can make. They don't know it, but here's my question. Who does? And is that why they're after them? Or is that why some of them are after them? And what happens when these guys do know about it? How do you take on that kind of responsibility? I'm intrigued by the two guys. I actually also like the idea, too, that these are two guys who really philosophically and morally did not like each other before for obvious reasons. But then what happens when you've got to cut through all that nonsense because you are thrust into such this dire situation where neither of them can be near their families anymore, because if they are, they're putting their families in danger. So they're better off letting their families hear the stories that they're hearing about them and staying away from them, going underground, off the radar. And what happens when these two have only got each other and they've really got to see each other for who they are, not for that outward nonsense that they've been projecting? and get to the core of who people really are. Because this is something that I think as people we have trouble doing at times. You know, it's getting to the core of really what makes a person who they are, as opposed to our assumptions. These guys walked in with assumptions about each other. And I'm really liking that exploration about the two. So it's funny that these are books that, for me, have been going up the stack as they've been going along versus down the stack. I will say that they weren't my top 2 reads when they were in there. They've been kind of in the middle. These are characters I'm getting to know. But they're going up the stack because I'm actually, as you can hear from, you know, my passionate discussion about especially, you know, the 2 characters in Firestorm, these are characters as I'm getting to know them, and I'm hoping that continues with them. You know, there's always that chance that it won't as you're going along, but I got to say the two boys in Firestorm in particular are really growing up the stack for me as I'm getting to know them. And I think that's something when they're newer characters, because these are both relaunched characters. These are not the same characters that were in the DCU before. There's got to be a certain period of time where you get to know them. I am curious, though, and there's nothing wrong with you saying, hey, these are books that I'm going to drop. That's your... I am curious, though, what are some books that you kept that you weren't... Or did you try something new because you were dropping these? Because I'm always interested in that. Like, what did you do because of that shift? We all make sacrifices and choices because something wasn't grabbing us the way that we expected. And I do that all the time. You know, I'm doing that now with a lot of the books that are... I'm reading more of Dark Horse's Star Wars line. So because of that, I've had to drop and make some choices and things like that. I'm not reading quite as many trades as I am in the main Marvel superhero line. And that's I'm always leery to say that because I'm not anti-Marvel. One of the reasons why I'm not doing that is I'm reading so much of a superhero universe right now that I'm trying to make more room for some sci-fi stuff like Star Wars and things like that I really enjoy as well. And so I'm trading something of quality for something of quality. So it really isn't an issue of not liking one. It's a matter of budget-wise and time-wise. And I'm playing the Old Republic game, so I'm reading a lot of Dark Horse's Star Wars tie-ins to that, which are really terrific. I can't recommend them enough for Star Wars fans to read those. So, you know, I've got to make those trade-offs too. Also, I'm reading Terry Moore's Rachel Rising, so I had to make some room for that, which is another book I can't recommend highly enough. So, you know, we've all got to make sacrifices. So I'm curious, what did you do for yours? And I don't mean, and please don't, anytime I say that to listeners on the show, I don't mean that in a bad way. I genuinely want to know. I think that's cool. It's always interesting to see, you know, we've all got this balancing act that we do as comic fans. So whenever you call in, if you're saying you dropped something, tell us what you did otherwise. Like, what did that open up for you? Did that, like, make your budget finally where you need? Maybe it wasn't that you added something new. Maybe it finally put your budget where you needed it to be or something. I think that's always interesting discussions. You know, how do we balance out our budgets? Because I think we're all faced with different comic book budgets that we need to somehow maintain. And I'm curious to see how people get there. Cool call. Thank you for calling.
There they are, all alone except for that old character.
And our next book we'll be discussing is Thunder Agents, Issue 1. The writer is Nick Spencer, artist Wes Craig, colorist by Hi-Fi, letterer Jared K. Fletcher, with Andy Kubert and Brad Anderson on cover, Will Moss is editor, and David M. Matthews is editorial consultant. And Thunder Agents project was initiated by Michael Uslan.
Now, Thunder Agents is one of those books that there was the 10 issues initially in Volume 1 of Thunder Agents, and now we're back with a new 6-issue miniseries. It was funny. I don't know if you were in this boat. Until I read issue 1 of this, I didn't realize how much I'd truly missed Thunder Agents. Reading this was like coming home. I do feel that issue 1 was a great ground floor issue. I didn't feel like I had to go back and read anything. I since have. I went back and read all 10 issues of the series. And the only reason why is not because there was anything in this that made me do it. I liked issue 1 of this new 6-parter so much that I just wanted to go back and bask in the glory that is Thunder Agents. This is a book. I don't care if they keep it 6-issue minis or what they do with it. This is a book, first of all, you need to keep Nick Spencer on it, writing it. Or at least somebody, if Nick Spencer, for some reason, his schedule doesn't allow it, you got to keep somebody who can put in the same twists and turns that Nick Spencer has, that really understands what has made Nick Spencer's Thunder Agents so cool so far. Because these are characters, I had no clue in the first 10 issues who the Thunder Agents were. If you told me, like, DC, I was honestly excited because so many creators were talking about how their love for Thunder Age. I remember James Robinson in one of the interviews was talking about how much he grew up loving Thunder Agents and how excited he was that Thunder Agents was going to be at DC. I'm like, okay, this is obviously something I should be excited about. I have no idea what they're all about. The discussions you and I have had previously about these characters, how their powers in almost all cases are killing them. Well, although it can be argued Raven has the same problem.
Yeah.
But I mean, to have that kind of thing, I remember we talked way back when. The one hero we definitely know we would not want to be is a Thunder Agent, because you're a ticking time bomb. I love this series for that. And I love that in this issue, we get to find out more about these safeguards and what it is about being a Thunder Agent, why this is in place. This was a protection that was put into place so that this power would not be abused. I really love this series because of it. Are you drooling about this the way that I am, or where are we at?
Yeah, this is going to be a love fest. Yeah, definitely. And again, it's funny because as you were talking, I'm echoing a lot of the same sentiments where I intentionally didn't reread the previous run because I wanted to go into this thinking, okay, just what did I know from memory? What didn't I remember? And seeing if how the flow through and how the read through would be. And issue 1, picking it up, it was a great introductory to the team. And it laid out what I needed to know within the confines of a cool opening story arc. So I had no issues, no problems. I've since, like you, I went back and reread stuff just because I wanted to, once again, you kind of get that groove going, you kind of get the juices flowing, and you're like, oh, let me reread that again. That was a really cool story, and especially, with the characters and the little twists and the turns that, was revealed at the end of the last series, is continuing on right from get-go. We have a spy sort of / double agent who's not a double agent, who doesn't really have any control over what he's doing when he has the helmet on. I love that character. I love that style. But also we have these Thunder Agents who you use your powers, you die. Very simple. And, it's, would I want to do that? Would I still be able to do that? Would I be a Thunder Agent? And every time I read this book, I'm like, no, these are the heroes I don't want to be. Even Raven, because you see that she, granted her powers don't technically kill her using it, she could very easily die flying if you make a make a mistake, kind of zig when you should zag. We see her doing some crashing and just getting the groove of the flight going. I thought that was just a great introduction to this new character who in the past was killed by one of the other main characters.
Let's talk about Toby and Colleen real quick. Mentor and Colleen.
Yes.
It's funny, the two of them, can you build a relationship in this? Because there's that hint between the two of them that there's that possibility there. There's something between the two of them. But on that other end, how can there be? He was a double agent. Then all of a sudden now he's part of the team because of the Mentor helmet, right? But he also is realizing that he killed his brother due to that, right?
Yeah, that is just the initial. When he actually killed him in the first run, I was like, because I remember we talked about it on the show. We're like, wait, he killed him, right? And there was that whole, oh my God, what's going to happen? Then nothing was mentioned of it. And now they're bringing it back, and now they're reintroducing the concept. And I loved seeing how, once again, this is still playing out. There's still this thing hanging out there. The fact that he killed Raven is still hanging, the original Raven is still hanging out there. There's so much stuff that they're pulling from it, and they're just continuing on the story, and they're not missing a beat, and they're explaining it as we need to go. I love that.
He even talks about how his brother was the outdoorsy one, and that moment leads to that uncomfortable silence where she's looking at him, and you could actually see a compassion in her eyes. And this is somebody who killed her mother.
Yeah.
And did she do the right thing doing that? Her mother was a vicious killer and all that, true, but her mother did, and her father, both did these amazing things to protect her. Her mother was a villain. And, Dad was a hero. The two of them found love somewhere in there. And Dynamo's whole story I thought was terrific in the first 10 issues between them. But you don't need to know any of that to enjoy this. This tells you right from the get-go. Mentor, tells her, hey, we all have our family drama. You killed your mother. They put digs in on each other, yet I have this funny feeling that the two of them are connecting over their own secrets because they both understand what the other is going through. And is this going to bring them closer or make them more likely to stab each other in the back? I don't know. And I love that. I love that I could see them potentially having this like torrid relationship, or I could see the two of them killing each other. Like, it's funny how it's almost like their relationship is similar to her mom and dad's from the previous run. And I really like that development right from the ground floor. It's like the will they, won't they bit that I'm interested in, and I find that really neat.
And in this case, the will they, won't they have multiple levels. Will they, won't they date? Will they, won't they kill each other? There is a thin line between love and hate, and I love seeing that play out between these two because, it's... you can see that they're not going to try to openly insult and hurt each other's feelings. He's not going to keep throwing out, hey, your mom was evil, ha, ha, ha. He's not going to do stuff like that to her, but there will be times when it comes up. There will be times between the two of them that it gets mentioned. And I love seeing that play out because it's something different and it's something unusual that I haven't normally seen in a hero book. But as we have this stuff going on, we have in the underground world this whole brand new thing of this culture and whoever this demo is, everything that's just completely, I'm like, what is this? We're jumping in the middle of a story, but it's still the beginning of the story for us. It's a great way to introduce something saying it has this past history. We'll explain it to you down the line, but here it is right now. Action, boom, go.
Is it demo or demo?
I was saying demo. I read it as demo, but it could be demo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, kind of in my head, I was like, demo, 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 with the crowd chanting, and that's how I heard it.
Kind of like Nemo?
Yeah.
Because that's how demo's spelled. That's the only reason why I was thinking that way. But considering the cult-like nature of these people, I could see it being that way too. So I'm not really contradicting. I'm actually just I'm really throwing the question out there. Like, what is what as far as that goes?
Yeah, and I want to know his backstory and his whole thing,
where
all this came out, because, what's his name recognized him, and I'm like, where did he get that from? Where did he know that from? Is this something from a previous Thunder Agent story that they're pulling forward, or is it again one of those where there is backstory, but we'll tell you as it plays out?
My personal feeling is I hope this is only a miniseries because of Nick Spencer's schedule versus it being the lack of faith in it. Because to me, this is a series that I need to see more of. Like, we're only one issue into this 6-issue minis, and I'm already like, please more. We need more. I don't want just 6. I can't handle just 6. Thunder Agents rocks.
Yeah.
Reading the first issue of this, it really was like coming home. I loved seeing that when the team was on the scene helping out this Subterranea, these beastly creatures, which I have no idea who they are. But I love that it wasn't just the Thunder Agents there. There were soldiers there with them that were part of this agents program, which was an interesting thing. They weren't alone as far as their occupational force or their helping force or whatever. And I love that even the Thunder Agents are speculating on, okay, we're helping these people out. Like, should we be helping this leader? And that's where you get into politics. You get into relationships that you're not necessarily comfortable with. But these are things that we're keeping fragile peace that maybe we necessarily need to keep. And I like that their reasoning for being in that situation is something that, even though it turns the way that it does, and we've got this whole situation here, you got to wonder, are they doing the right thing? And what happens when they find out they aren't?
Yeah, and it's, again, you look at, politics around the world. Other countries completely doing things completely different than how we would. And it's, different types of protesting, different types of religious displays, different, cultures. And we'll sit there and we watch it on TV, we see the news, and, a couple of people I don't get it. That's completely foreign to me. They're doing that again, and they're showing it through this, subterranean culture. We have personally, as the reader, no idea what's going on here. We kind of can make generalizations based on what we're seeing, but in the end, we really don't know what's happening here. And I love that feeling, that sense of loss, that sense of what's going on here, especially when the heroes start saying, hey, things are getting hairy down here. Should we be doing this? They're raising the questions that I'm thinking in my mind. I'm thinking, should these people be there? Should we be getting involved? And, again, it's that whole political side of it. There's a lot of gray and unknown areas whenever you deal with politics. And especially in a story like this, where this is in a completely alien politics. This is a subterranean society that doesn't actually exist in the real world. So it adds, again, you have realistic type of stories in this superhero genre, in this unknown fantasy world, and that always makes me, pull me in and makes me enjoy it more. And on top of that, we have this whole thing going on between on the surface. There's just so much happening within the Thunder Agent story that it keeps me going, yeah. And I've reread this book multiple times just because I'm taking my time on different sections every time I'm reading it, just to see if I can get a better grasp of it, get a better understanding, get a better feel for who these people are.
I'll throw something out there for this book. I reread this book because it's just plain wacky good fun. Now, wait, and that's, first of all, I do it for all the reasons you just stated, but I will page through issues of this again just because it is just that. It's plain old wacky good fun. This is a fun book. And there's something, a lot of times when we talk about rereading books, I do reread books for that reason too. And so that's, to me, in many elements, sometimes that's one of the more important reasons as well. And I think we poo-poo that a lot of times as being like, oh, that's just a surface-level read. Well, that's true. Yes, there is that. But there should be that fun factor that hooks you in, that gets you there at first. That leads to the deeper reads. That leads to that part. If you're just having your teeth pulled into these deeper reads, you're not, like we talked about Captain Atom on our last episode. That's a book that's just plain wacky good fun, too. You know what I mean? It's like you need that fun factor. Comics should have that to hook you in, to bring you in, to take you deeper into the book. If I'm not having fun at first, I don't care about going deeper. Thunder Agents, wacky good fun. I want to go deeper in these characters are colorful, they're wild, they're nuts. This whole thing with the Raven, well, what happened to the last Raven? I'd love to talk to him and just get kind of his advice and that type of thing. And Toby shot him. What a great sequence of events. And the look on his face. Talk about a great art moment. You'll excuse us for a moment. Like, I saw this all playing out cinematically, and I'm like, wow, is that really, really great? And it led to this ongoing debate between these two to the point where they're pulling guns on each other. And they came pretty darn close there. Yet there is still a tension between them that isn't that. I love that development. That's real world. It's the kind of drama that you love to watch on your favorite television shows. But there is also a reality to that. Does he love her? Does he hate her? Does she love him? Does she hate him? There's something there that stopped him from pulling the trigger. Because we know in this world, with these characters, that's not uncommon.
Yeah. Well, they go from pulling guns on each other to seeing movies and going out for ice cream and just, hanging out and chatting. And it's a great just dynamic right in the middle of this riot going on subterranean where the heroes are getting stormed, and getting swarmed. You have this stuff going on. And then they use this as a point to kind of explain the helmet, to explain what is happening, where where did this thing come from, what's the past behind it. And for me, it was neat because it didn't feel like a flashback past sequence, even though it was, because it was being told in the present day. And on that page, artistically speaking, you have the present day stuff of them talking, and then also the back, story where they change the art style, they change the coloring behind it. They give it that greenish sort of tint, a little bit more shady style. And I love seeing that duality on that same page. Completely lock things in, and it was a neat way to make the past the present. And it was a definite enjoyment, and it was one of those things where, again, I went back through multiple pages just to appreciate the background of the past sequence. They darkened it up, they shaded it out so you really don't get a lot, but there was still heavy activity going on back there. I thought that was a really cool moment.
I also loved when they were on the chalkboard working, you get to see the symbols of the belt. You get to see the symbols of the speed. You get to see the Menthor helmet. All that kind of stuff I thought was just really great to see that gradually developed and how this would weigh on a man. look at all these things that I'm creating. Destroy these things. This is what Jennings is saying. He's like, this has got to be destroyed. And knowing that wasn't going to happen, he put a safeguard in.
Yeah.
I love that, he was looking at the morality of that whole thing, and saying, hey, there's no way I'm not going to try and control the outcome of this. It put him in a position where, what role did the helmet play in what he did and what he actually went through? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough call, and it's also dealing with consequences behind it. If you're putting on this helmet that really controls you more than you control it, and you do something that you don't think you would normally have done, who's at fault? Are you at fault? Did you, where does the blame fall? Can you get by without having any blame? It's, that whole, when you talk about people with conscience and people who don't do something because they feel bad about it or because of right and wrong, this is really taking out the conscience. This is taking out that personal attachment, that personal responsibility, but it's doing it because it's saying this is the right thing for the human condition. This is what's right. You have to do this. But is it really the right thing to do? And I love that about that character and about what we're going to, the future stories, the future stuff that's going to come out from this, when he has to put that helmet on, will he put that helmet on? How is this going to play out?
Now, here's the question I have. What happens if, the helmet is mentally changing him over time? Is he the same guy that he was in the last mini? Or are we seeing a gradual change in him? Is that what he's picking up on? I don't know. And that's the thing that's always interesting to me with the Thunder Agents. You get these wonderfully cool superhero missions like that one they're going on right now where they're trying to prevent a war, and now they're dragged right into the middle of it. So they're in this big, huge subterranean conflict that they were trying to prevent. So now this leader's come into this place, and, they're in there trying to stop it. What does that mean? Who is this guy? And I'm with you. I'm engaged. Who is this villain? What is his backstory? Because it's going to be cool. It's Thunder Agents. It's just going to be cool. There's going to be more to it than the surface level. There's going to be all kinds of backstory. And at the end, you're going to question which side should they be on. And that's Thunder Agents to me. But I love that we've got this story also going on with Mentor right now where it's like, hey, is he being altered here? And is he liking who he's becoming? Is it just circumstances that are making him that way, or is it this being out of control? Does he know? How much does he know what the helmet makes him do?
Yeah.
Because he knows about his brother.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking the helmet is altering him. The helmet is adjusting who he is, and eventually I think that is going to be, because every one of these powers does something that kind of kills, or hurts the user. I'm thinking that's the Mentor helmet is adjusting how that mind goes. What you think, how you react, to the point where you're going to start thinking like the helmet without the helmet on.
And how do you fight to maintain yourself in something like that? I love this about this book, that each of these characters are going through major alterations due to that. I love that there were different reasons. And I encourage anybody, if you've never read Thunder Agents before, pick up issue 1 of this. It's an inexpensive footprint. I mean, as far as you can pick one issue up and get a vibe for Thunder Agents. Is this for you? If you like it, I cannot encourage highly enough to go back to the first 10 issues. Mm-hmm. Because you don't need any of it in order to understand this, but the development of each of the characters in that series, in their own stories, motivations as to why they would put on this equipment, even with what it will do to them, was huge. The backstory of Colleen and stuff like that that's in there, huge. Well worth reading. Mentor's story and all this. There's nothing that was cut and dry in that, and the drama that was unfolding. It's funny, at the end, we should be ready to beat that guy up. Mentor. Yeah. We really should. I find myself liking him in this issue. A lot.
He was the double agent. He was the bad guy. He was evil. But guess what? We're not sitting there calling for his head. We're not calling for his death. We actually feel sorry for the guy, and we're wondering what the long-term stuff happening. I loved that twist that this story took. And you're sitting there, and it's funny because no man looks like he's dead. He took a bullet to the head. That's kind of hard to come back from. But I'm still thinking, is he still alive? Can he come back from it just because who No Man is? It's, again, this team, they could kill off somebody and replace them at a moment's notice. And that's part of the thing I really do like about this, that we never know the exact status of a member of the Thunder Agents. They could die at any time, and somebody else could step in.
And that's something that I really enjoy about the series. It's be careful who you become attached to and how you become attached to them, even for the people that are running the show. And what does that do to you as a person? It's a cool, different series. I would not want to be a Thunder Agent, but I couldn't imagine passing up reading Thunder Agents on any stretch of the word. This really is talk about unique titles. Thunder Agents is an incredibly unique title, and it's a DC gem. And honestly, I will go out on a limb and say I cannot give a higher possible recommendation to the Thunder Agents series so far. It's something that I hope that this 6-issue mini leads to many, many more. I'm hoping it leads to the possibility of a series relaunch, because I got to be honest with you, I want this monthly. I'm glad it's a mini. I'm glad I have it at all. But when I heard it was relaunching with Volume 2, I was really hoping for a series announcement, and I'm hoping whatever is holding up this being a series, fix it and get this to be a series.
I actually think with this one, it's the sheer number of issues they already have out there. And you think about it, they have 52 titles right now. So I think that's what held up Thunder Agents, the fact that they probably had pretty good numbers, and they want to see if the numbers still remain. I would guess that this is a series we're going to keep getting this format, where we get 6-issue limited series. Now, I'm with you. I want this in monthly. I picked it up in monthly. I enjoyed it in monthly, and it's really, right from the gate, it's kicking butt, and I'm enjoying it. But I see this one they're going to keep this format with 6, wait a couple months, 6, wait a couple months, and just kind of do it that way. And, keep the Thunder Agents fans happy.
You know what's going to keep the Thunder Agents fans happy? Monthly. So I'm gonna totally. I understand your thinking, and I agree with everything you just said. But I'm gonna say, as a Thunder Agents fan, please, if you have not checked out this book, this is one of those that are on my short stack of highest possible recommendations. Especially now that it's back and I'm reading it again, I'm like, oh, Thunder Agents, this is incredible. This really is one of those series, and really, I think to do it justice, read the first issue, see if you get a taste of it. I think you're going to fall in love if you have not read Thunder Agents yet. And if you do, go back and read the first 10. Not because you have to understand or enjoy the current series. I'm telling you to go back and read the first 10 issues to do yourself a favor. This is that good. It really, really is. This is one of those things that, and I want to see numbers go up on Thunder Agents. So please, if you're a listener to this show and you've never read Thunder Agents, pick up one issue. I'm not asking you to break your bank on picking up 10 issues of the original series. Pick up the current series, pick up number 1, see if it's for you. And if you like it, please go back and reread it for your own sake, because I think this is something that people missed. And that, because it's Thunder Agents, and like me, I didn't know what the heck Thunder Agents were going in. I'm a big, big fan, though. This is cool.
Holy caffeine!
Once again, sponsoring this episode is DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. Over DCBService.com, remember to check out that extra 5% off all new DC hardcovers and trade paperbacks. Remember, that's 5% off on top of their already low prices, plus that 50% off deal they're still offering on all the DC New 52 books, only $79.74 for all the titles. Over at InStockTrades.com, amazing deals going on. They're still doing their Cyber Monday sale for 42% off. Plus, they've got a lot of books at 80% off, not to mention free shipping of orders over $50. Go over their site, 50% off DC Archive editions. So make sure to check out their site, see all the clearance items and things that they're offering at an amazing discount, not just in DC, across comics. It's a great opportunity to shop and save up in a tight budget season. So I want to thank DCB Service and InStockTrades.com for continuing to support Raging Bullets. Jim, I was thinking about in January having a discussion about because Raging Oscars this year, I don't feel comfortable doing Raging Oscars this year because we've had the shift from two different kinds of universes. Some of these titles are just getting started. Some of them just are hitting obviously all of them are just hitting issue 4 now. And I'm not really in that place right now where my ranking is constantly all over the place and changing. So I don't feel like I have this solid set ranking that I would be comfortable doing Raging Oscars for. So I've got a different idea what we're going to do for our year-end wrap-up show in January. DC's New 52 in one line each. We have to present each of the New 52 titles to our listening audience in one line each that we think as a reader, and we can only use one line each, that we think as a reader defines that book for us right now.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one.
I know.
That's going to be fun.
Exactly. So I think we're going to do that because I'm really loving the New 52 right now. But I think one of the things that you and I have, and one of the reasons why we do the show that we do, is we have diarrhea of the mouth. So can we sum up a lot of those emotions and feelings about those books in one line each? So we're going to do the entire New 52, one line each.
Now, with one line, are we talking what we can do in one breath?
No, one line. It has to be one sentence. That's it.
Well, I could do run-on sentences.
No
so
run-on sentences. We've got to try to keep it to one line. Well, we'll say one on. We can be a little. I'm not going to be sitting there correcting grammar. We're not going for that. But we're going to try to keep it in one line, a compressed segment. So if something becomes a run, fine, it becomes a run-on. We're not going to get. I'm not going to get that picky because even that in and of itself is going to be difficult. If you were to try and sum up each of these books as you're going through, one book at a time, we'll take Demon Knights as an example. How would you sum up Demon Knights in one line? For you, a personal thing. So that way, you and I both like Demon Knights a lot. That's one of the reasons why I'm using that as the example. But the way we might present our feelings about Demon Knights might be different. So what is that emotional feeling we get for that book? I think it'd be kind of cool because I'm not going to have any clue how you're going to present it. You're not going to have any clue on how I'm going to present it. But we'll trade off. We'll do title at a time and back and forth.
Nice. That should be fun.
So I think it's kind of because you and I both talked about it. Raging Oscars issue. We don't have a lot of passion for it because of the shift. I think that there was such an immense amount of quality this past year that I'm going to feel like I'm going through the entire line and praising it all. And I think this is a better way to do it.
Definitely.
Because it'll be something different and unusual. So that's going to be our year-end wrap this year. And then the following year, we can revisit the idea of Raging Oscars when this new universe is more established. And, that we can really break it down more. But I think this will be a lot more fun. And it's a good way to talk about each of the books as kind of a conclusion of the year. So we do that in January. So the New 52 in one line each. And we welcome your contributions as listeners. Our show voicemail line is 1-440-388-4434 or drnorge on Skype. And please feel free to send in those submissions via voicemail. I'd really like them voicemails because I think it's more fun to have your audio. It's easy enough around the world right now to get on via Skype for free or to call into our voicemail line. So whichever is the easiest option for you, Skype's free. So, please consider participating and being a part of that. That'll be our year-end wrap. So we'll do that in January at some point. And as far as our next episode goes, Jim, we're going to continue our exploration of New 52. We're going to go 4 new books that we haven't discussed yet on the show to continue exploring all the New 52. We might touch on a few minis. We definitely going to touch on some regular series. More chat about the New 52. We will see everyone next week.
Bye.
Flying through space and time, 1,000 different lifetimes. Faded for love and loss and incredibly clear sightlines. Swinging your mace around, such a practical outlook. Helping the JSA and occasionally supporting your own book. Hawkman, Hawkman, eagle eyes can't see. Hawkman, your plan. What you do to me, Hawkman. The villains are closing in, be they T.H.U.N.D.E.R or Egyptian. Working so hard to thwart you and Hawkgirl's mission. The odds are not on your side, and danger seems to stack up. Things would be so much easier if you would just call for backup. Hawkman, Hawkman, eagle eyes can't see your plan and what you do to me. Hawkman, Hawkman, eagle eyes can't see. Hawkman. by Hawkman.